Chapter 9:05. Su Fengnian glanced at the window from the corner of his eyes. The Peach Cheeks building was only slightly shorter than the largest brothel in Lingzhou. Looking from here, it was clear at a glance. If the porcelain bottle fell into the hands of someone who knew its value, it would be impossible to get it without 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver. Su Fengnian was always in a good mood when doing business. No matter if it was a big business that made him a lot of money or a small business that made him a pitiful few copper coins. It had been a few years since he went to a brothel. Furthermore, after being in love for so many years, he only had the part of being absurd and prodigal. It was the first time that he had made money, so it was a good sign. This made Su Fengnian not have any ill feelings towards Chao Juan's scheming. After sifting through the names in his mind, he knew that with the Peach Cheeks building's little boss's vision, she was coincidentally from Lingzhou in Huangnam County. Not to mention that Su Fengnian did not know any of them. Even if he knew a few of them, they would only be laughed at by her. However, Li Hanlin, who grew up in Huangnam County, did not dare to bring a few of them to embarrass himself in front of him. The few that he brought to Liangzhou were more beautiful and enchanting than women. They were all young Master Li's old sweethearts. This made Su Fengnian feel a little troubled. Could it be that he could only bring up Song Yan, official song? However, if this was the case, it would be quite interesting if it spread out. He believed that even if it reached Governor Song's ears, the newly promoted governor of Lingzhou could only pinch his nose and accept it. Su Fengnian resisted the urge to throw a bucket of dirty water at Song Yan with great difficulty because he inadvertently remembered one of Li Hanlin's enemies. Back then, that guy had been dealt with miserably by Li Hanlin, the #1 young ruffian in Feng Province. After Liang was established, Feng Province merged with Lingzhou, and the Li family moved to Lingzhou's capital. That foppish playboy finally had a chance to live. Although his father's official rank had always been suppressed by the administrator, at least he didn't have to live in fear all day long. Especially after Li Hanlin joined the army, he was completely reborn. He didn't care about these old grudges at all. That guy didn't feel ashamed of the miserable situation he had encountered back then, and instead felt proud. Whenever he met someone, he would say that he had fought with Li Hanlin and Li Biaozhang from the Purple Jiao Street in the north all the way to the Straw Coat Street in the south. Did anyone dare? Perhaps when the Li family moved to Lingzhou, there were still people who dared to say a few words. However, when Li Hanlin chopped off a bunch of barbarians' heads at the border, no one dared to have such courage. Su Fengnian had gone to Huangnam County to walk in the spring with Li Hanlin and his brothers. He had barely seen that poor guy once, but he didn't even greet him. He didn't know if that guy still had a memory of him. Therefore, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Huangnam County's meritorious Governor Wang's son, Wang Yinshu. He has some friendship with me." When he said this name, not only did Chao Juan's eyes change, even the artist, Snowsuit, who was far less experienced than the little leader, was somewhat afraid. There was no other reason. This Grand Master Wang was too domineering in Huangnam County. It could be said that he had a well-known reputation. As soon as the administrator's son, Nashan, left, Wang Yinshu called himself the king. His father, as the meritorious officer of the county, assisted the governor Song Yan and was in charge of the selection of the Department of Administration. That meant that he grasped the lifeline of the promotion of officials. It could be said that he held the power of life and death in his hands. Moreover, Wang Gongchao had an adopted son who was about the same age as him. It was not known whether the Wang family had arranged things well or that the adopted son was really lucky at the border. When he returned to Huangnam County, he became the commandant of 400 soldiers. As a result, Some of the gang leaders with many martial arts schools had to call him brother in front of others and beg for mercy behind others. The reason why Chao Juan of Peach Cheek's brothel was so attentive was mainly because young Master Wang was a big benefactor of their brothel. The shiitake inn on the street in Huangnam County had once annoyed young Master Wang. If it were not for the relatives of the shiitake inn and the administrator who sent women and money, young Master Wang would have brought people to demolish the brothel long ago. Since then, young Master Wang often came to Peach Cheek's brothel to throw money and money. Coincidentally, Wang Yunshu monopolized 2 courtesans in Peach Cheek's brothel tonight. They were having fun on the same floor, but there was some distance between them. After all, the little leader was Snowsuit, a courtesan who was close to Chao Juan. Her status in Peach Cheek's brothel was not high. Chao Juan was kind and only led some pleasing guests into this room, afraid that Snowsuit would be wronged. This was a rare tenderness in a brothel that did not know what the word friendship meant. More of them were poor young prostitutes who were forced to break their buds because they did not want to be eliminated. More of them were women who were bruised but still forced to smile. Chao Juan was also cruel and merciless to the women in Peach Cheek's brothel except for Snowsuit. If she did not do this, even if she was the little leader, she would not be able to stand firm. Chao Juan took a step forward and then stepped back. She threw a glance at Snowsuit, and the courtesan began to play the zither. Chao Juan then smiled and said, "What a coincidence! Master Wang is on the first floor. Is he with you?" Chao Juan had already regarded the child in front of her as talking nonsense. As long as he said no and casually found an excuse, Chao Juan would not ask the root of the matter. He came to Peach Cheek's brothel in the winter to seek pleasure, so there was no need to make a scene. Otherwise, Chao Juan initially had the mischievous idea of going out to invite Wang Yunshu to verify his identity. However, if she did that, it would not benefit her. After Wang Yunshu came over, he would beat the child in front of her out of the brothel. As the main culprit, Chao Juan would not gain any benefits, so why bother? They saw the child walk to the window and lean against the window frame. Out of Chao Juan and Snowsuit's expectations, his voice was warm as he said, "Just in time. I'll have to trouble Miss Chao Juan to go and tell him that an old friend of his has come to Peach Cheek's brothel in Lingzhou's capital." Chao Juan smiled and asked, "Child, then I'll really go?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you don't go, then you're a puppy." Chao Juan's charming eyes were like silk. To think that child is a scholar and likes such indecent positions. Huyen Guanyin, who had been quietly listening, felt that it was strange at first. After she came to her senses, she fiercely glared at that fellow. Su Fengnian, who had suffered an unexpected calamity, simply turned his head and looked at shiitake inn, which was still singing and dancing peacefully. Chao Juan saw that he did not seem to be joking. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, she still gathered her courage and went out to trouble the surly child Wang. Su Fengnian was quietly waiting for the turmoil in shiitake inn. This was because he was not very certain that the Bailiang spy would be able to achieve great success, and then easily retreat unscathed. Han Shang's unexpected surprise to the Peregrine Falcon and Eagle Guard, who were currently rushing to Huangnam County to encircle and suppress him, it was very likely that it would be a bad thing that would require many lives to make up for. Bailiang was Bailiang. Men of sacrifice were men of sacrifice. They might not always be connected to everything. This was because Han Shang's identity being exposed was not within expectations. With such an important person like him participating, there would most likely be 1 or 2 Bailiang men of sacrifice with outstanding strength to hold the fort in Huangnam County. There were not many bloody battles between spies. The side that had the initiative would win because they had a target to aim at. Everything had its vanquisher. The more accurate the plan, the better. If you had a third-grade martial artist present, then I would send a second-grade master to fight with you. If you had a master, then I would send two. If you had three, then I would not hesitate to use a first-grade Vajra realm martial artist to play with you. It was difficult to survive. In the Jianghu, those who were at the peak of the Jianghu were not necessarily free and unfettered. This was especially so for those who had become lackeys. They had no choice but to cherish their reputation. This was because they would never know if their next life and death battle would be a mortal enemy of the same realm or even an expert of a higher realm. These experts who stood on the opposing side, even if they were known as rare and transcendent figures, once you encountered them, once was enough. Decades of hard work, decades of martial arts training. Even if you were in the Jianghu, when you were alive, you would still end up with nothing. Of course, the battle between spies was more like Wang Tongke and Han Shang's climbing. It relied on acting skills, adaptability, and luck. Su Fengnian listened to the melodious sound of the zither and turned to look at Huyen Guanyin, who was finally willing to approach him. She looked up and asked softly, "That Sister Ren in the courtyard, she likes you?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and said softly, "She likes someone who is not the next king of Bailiang. Otherwise, she would have worked for Bailiang since she was 9 years old and would feel that she was not worth it. However, to be honest, if she found out that I was an ugly pighead after meeting me in Shenwu City, then she would definitely not have told me her wish when we met in the courtyard today." Huyen Guanyin raised her chin and looked away. "Then why didn't you fulfill that sister's wish? Isn't it as easy as lifting a finger?" On the way to Huangnam County, Su Fengnian, who had been separated by a thin layer of silk, had a smile on his face. She did not get an answer, but her mood was lighter than if she had gotten one. She turned around with a straight face and secretly smiled. Su Fengnian turned to look at the brothel and said in his heart, "Death warriors don't even have any thoughts. They will only die faster." The reason why he did not participate was not only because he did not want to get too involved in the spy system, but more importantly, he and Su Yanbing had acted too early, making the extermination go too smoothly. Some old bastards hiding at the bottom of the quagmire would rather watch their disciples and grand-disciples die one after the other than stay in the quagmire and not be willing to rashly come ashore. Many things that could have been handled simply would often become very complicated because he was Su Fengnian. He had no choice but to consolidate at every step. Chapter 906. Su Fengnian listened to the gradually mixed sound of the zither. One of the reasons was that her fingering technique was not skillful enough. Another reason was that although this new zither was forced to use a trick, it was not possible to go to the peak of a mountain to obtain good materials, so it used an old cedar beam as the body of the zither. This was the helplessness of many poor zither masters, but this was not the problem. Many novices and even veterans who had been immersed in the zither all their lives did not realize that the body of the zither was not necessarily neat and smooth. Those who could play the zither might not be able to hack the zither, but those who could hack the zither must be good at playing the zither. When Su Fengnian was young, he did not know how many famous zither he had dissected. He found that these grooves were not as smooth as a mirror as described in the zither score. With Su Yanbing outside the room, he did not have to worry about Shitakian not knowing what was going on. Since Chao Juan had not invited Master Wang, Su Fengnian had nothing to do, so he walked over to Snowsuit and asked her to get up. Under the incredulous gaze of this woman, he cut the zither open. He quietly took out a flying sword from his sleeve and helped her hack the zither a little. He smiled and said, "If you break the zither, I will buy you a new one later. I still have the money. In fact, a good zither lies in the sound that wants to come out, but cannot. To put it in a more vulgar way, it is like a woman taking off her clothes seductively. When she is about to take off her clothes, but not completely, it always makes a man daydream. When there is nothing left, let's not use this analogy, it will spoil the mood. What I can do now is very limited. However, when you find someone to hack the zither for you in the future, you can tell them, Snowsuit listened to this elegant young master's seemingly endless warm and mellow talk. At first, she was able to remember every word, but later she could not help but ask with a smile, Young master, did you really come to the Peach Cheeks house to get drunk? Su Fengnian did not raise his head. He teased, from beginning to end, You did not give me any wine. There was tea, but even if I drank the whole teapot, I would not get drunk. Huyen Guanyin came to the front of the bamboo bird cage and made a face at the parrot. Snowsuit was about to get the wine when Su Fengnian shook his head and said, No need. Then, Snowsuit saw the young master carefully playing the zither. She was in a daze. Su Fengnian abruptly stood up and then sat down again. He stared blankly at the broken zither that he had personally chopped. He withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He tapped his forehead with a finger and murmured softly. In fact, he was constantly repeating a sentence. When things are unfair, they cry out. Snowsuit only thought that this young master had gone mad from playing the zither. That young master was still talking to himself, but his words were fragmentary. In addition, she was also frightened, so she couldn't hear him clearly. Uncle Sun Ping once said that there is a vast expanse between heaven and earth. I, too, once wandered the world in a trance. Su Fengnian reached out and tried to grab something. Then, his fingers began to draw in the air in a disorderly manner. Snowsuit moved even further away from him. Outside the room, Su Yanbing suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was facing a great enemy. As for further away, Chao Zhuan felt as if she was risking her life by knocking on Wang Yinshu's door. Inside, there was laughter and laughter. Outside the room, there was a large group of retainers. There were the armed soldiers of young Master Wang's sworn brother, as well as the direct disciples of the masters of the major gangs in Huangnam County. The way they looked at her, the little leader, was not serious. As expected, the door did not open. Only Wang Yinshu's scolding could be heard. He threatened that if anyone dared to spoil his mood, he would break the legs of the men and feed them to the dogs. As for the women, he would reward more than 10 of his subordinates. Chao Zhuan was so frightened that her voice trembled. She did not dare to push the door open. She said in a trembling voice, Young Master Wang, I am Chao Zhuan. I have something to report. A young man from Lingzhou City just came to our Peach Cheeks house. After drinking some wine, he claimed to be young Master Wang's old friend. I don't know if it's true or not. Chao Zhuan boldly came to inform young Master Wang, just in case he is really young Master Wang's friend. She said that he drank wine, but she lamented in her heart. That young master has done his best, but this is the best he can do to smooth things over for you. Inside the house, there was a unique crisp sound of fat jiggling. Grand Master Wang panted and scolded angrily, Tell that guy to get out of here as soon as possible. If he comes to bother me again, I'll let you have fun with him on the street outside the Peach Cheek house. Chao Zhuan did not have a trace of luck anymore. She scolded herself for being obsessed. She hoped that Wang Yinshu would not go to Snowsuit's room to do evil. She immediately apologized and was about to leave. The unbearable noise in the room suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, is he from Lingzhou City? Chao Gu quietly made a bitter face and wished she could slap herself. Even though Wang Yinshu was in the room and couldn't see her, she still obediently squeezed out a smile and said, That's right, it's Lingzhou. Master Wang is wise. How is his appearance? Not bad. F asterisk asterisk K off. If you continue to play dumb with me, do you believe that I will make you crawl in here and squat by the toilet for the entire night? He is a rather handsome young man. Did he bring a large group of retainers? No, I only brought one. He is not as imposing as young Master Wong. He is far from being imposing. One? Yes, one is correct. What is a short-sighted woman like you know about imposing? Wait, I will go with you to take a look. The sound of clothes being worn could be heard in the room. It made Chao Jun despair. Chapter 907. Peach Cheek's brothel was an imitation of the southeast and the tube-shaped houses in the Miao area. There was a patio in the middle, and there was no cover. It was cool in summer and snowy in winter. However, the interior of the building was divided into 2 rooms. Snowsuit's room faced the street. Like Wang Yunshu's, the 2 rooms were combined into one. It was much more spacious. There was no distinction between the inside and the outside. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. All the items were expensive. It was far from what Qing Ming, and Snowsuit's room could compare to. The reason why Wang Yunshu made the Peach Cheek's brothel his god of fortune was because he had a strange hobby. He liked to have sex with women who were not as beautiful as the most popular courtesans. He liked to drag them to the window railings inside to watch the rain fall. It was a feast for the eyes of many customers on the same floor. It was said that it was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Therefore, every time young Master Wang came to the Peach Cheek's brothel, there would always be many men who heard the news and hurried over. Even if they could not share the rain and dew, they could at least reward their eyes. Obviously, the people on the same floor didn't get to enjoy it today. Fortunately, Wang Yunshu had said in private that when his father became the governor of Huangnam County, he would definitely make the 2 courtesans go to the window railings obediently and let everyone enjoy it. This was called a celebration. The door opened. A courtesan who had a bad relationship with the head of the building had a face full of lust. She glanced at Kusanagi from the corner of her eyes. That was a coldness that could only be understood between women. She was gloating. Chao Jun led young Master Wang, who was carelessly draped in a fox fur coat, and walked with difficulty. Wang Yunshu kicked Chao Jun's calf. Are you lame? Or are your legs weak from being ordered around? Hurry up. If you delay my business, just you wait. I don't care if you're Mother Hong's daughter or not. Hee, if you lie about military intelligence, don't even mention it. In the army, you'll be executed. Anyway, there's no place on your body that's clean. You should have been thrown into the river and drowned in a pig cage long ago. Why would I care about you whores? Chao Jun bit her lips and smiled. She didn't know who she was smiling at. Wang Yunshu brought the group of evil servants and retainers to the place of his old friend in Lingzhou that Chao Jun mentioned. In Huangnam County, he was a young dandy who was like the king of heaven. There was a hint of undetectable haze between his brows. That guy better not have anything to do with that Lin guy. If they were really related to him, even if he was just a small fry, Wang Yunshu, would never dare to hit him. Perhaps he could only obediently treat him as a distinguished guest. This wasn't because Wang Yunshu was easy to talk to. There was nothing he could do. In the rich Lingzhou, Wang Yunshu wasn't afraid of almost all the sons of officials and generals. There were only a handful of them. At most, they would mind their own business. The only one he was afraid of was that one. In terms of family background, that guy's father was a primary second-rank official. Not to mention Lingzhou, in the entire Beiliang, only the great general and the new protector of Beiliang, the great Demon Chu, could suppress him. His own father was a few steps behind. In terms of skills, 100 Wang Yunshu wouldn't be able to beat him. In terms of military achievements, even someone as thick-skinned as Wang Yunshu didn't have the nerve to compete in this. As long as Wang Yunshu thought of that Li Gai, his mood would become gloomier. When he saw the tall and sturdy man standing outside the house with his arms crossed, Wang Yunshu subconsciously stopped and didn't dare to move forward. This was because he felt an aura that was even scarier than when his sworn brother was angry. It was a strong sense of danger, like a cat meeting a tiger. It was true that Wang Yunshu was domineering and unreasonable, but he wasn't so stupid that he couldn't be cured. It has to be known that outside of Lingzhou, the only young master in northern Liang who was even more ferocious than the one with the surname, Li set a few golden rules that everyone believed in. For example, if we wastrels want to live a long life, we have to rely on our merits, servants, brothers, and money. These are all treasured weapons that can save lives, but not lives. It is better to rely on our brains to live a good life. At first, Wang Yunshu scoffed at these words. Later on, as he muddled along and suffered some hardships, he began to understand the logic behind these words. It was only when Wang Yunshu truly relied on his reputation to fall to the ground that he realized many of his friends fell to the ground and didn't have the chance to repent. For example, there was a good friend who went to Beiliang 2 years ago to behave atrociously outside of Beiliang. He killed women and chivalrous people. In the end, he was so arrogant that he killed soldiers. In the end, his corpse couldn't even be found. How could this friend's family background in Lingzhou be any worse than his? People with different statuses had different jianghu in their eyes. In the jianghu of prostitutes like Chao Zhuan and Snowsuit, Li Baisher was the leader of their jianghu. As for wastrels like Wang Yunshu, that fellow was no different from a wastrel immortal in the jianghu. Moreover, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Where could you find a wastrel who could go to the throne room of the capital without kneeling to the emperor? Where could you find a wastrel who could bring the old god of swords to the martial emperor city? Wang Yunshu couldn't bear to see others living better lives. However, when it came to some fellows that he couldn't afford to offend, he still knew how to admit defeat. Chao Zhuan didn't find anything surprising about the retainer at the door who didn't open his eyes. He was just a little taller and more taciturn. However, when she saw the serious expression on Master Wang's face, she started to think about it. Her actions of knocking on the door and pushing it open also became lighter. However, no matter how hard Chao Zhuan pushed the door, she couldn't push it open. She thought that the door had been locked and was about to open her mouth to remind Master Wang and Snowsuit inside. The retainer slowly opened his mouth and said, "Wait." Chao Zhuan didn't mind that matter. She didn't even mind that she had a part in it. However, she was afraid that Master Wang behind her would fly into a rage. At that time, not to mention her, even the entire Peach Cheeks restaurant would be implicated. Behind Chao Zhuan, Master Wang chuckled and said, "Just wait a little longer." Chao Zhuan really felt like she was being roasted on a bonfire. Every day felt like a year. She didn't know how much time had passed. Behind her, Wang Yunshu's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. "Come in." Fortunately, 2 words came from inside the room. In Chao Zhuan's ears, there was no more heavenly voice than this in her life. The door of the house was slowly opened by Shui. Wang Yunshu, who had lost his patience, stepped over the threshold with a sinister smile. He saw a person sitting behind a broken zither that he had never dreamed of. Wang Yunshu would recognize her even if she turned into ashes. Then, this big wastrel of Huangnam County made a prompt decision that even he himself admired. With lightning speed, he knelt heavily on the ground, slapped his hands on the ground, and knocked his head solidly on the ground with a bang. Wang Yunshu didn't even dare to fart. He just knelt on the ground. Even if he wasn't a land immortal, he should be at least at the level of second-grade master. Chao Xuan's mouth twitched outside the room. Snowsuit in the room was even more miserable. She was so frightened that she quickly stood against the wall and covered her heart. She didn't dare to look at him again. What was even more unacceptable to Chao Gu was that the rich young master whom she had mistaken for an ordinary gentry, the one who had accepted the bow of the Grand Prince Wang, was looking at her with a faint smile while holding his cheek with one hand. Chapter 908. I'll be going abroad tomorrow, so I'll be bringing along a notebook with a pleasing font. When the time comes, I'll be posting updates and some photos on the WeChat platform. If you want to follow me, you can search for Finghua 1985 on your phone or scan the QR code directly. You can find it on Zonghua 1985. Wang Yinshu had just finished his second round with the 2 courtesans of Peach Cheek's house. His body was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. He was trembling as he knelt, but he could only try his best not to move. He was afraid that the slightest movement would cause him to be misunderstood as having ill intentions. Fortunately, Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Yinshu, I just told Chao Xuan that you and I have a close relationship. Although the loser of the bet last time has to kneel when they meet, you don't have to get addicted to kneeling. Get up. I heard that you're the #1 guest here. Aren't you afraid that Peach Cheek's house will look down on you?" Chao Xuan's mood today was fluctuating between joy and sorrow. According to her thoughts, Wang Yunshu definitely wouldn't be lying there pretending to be a dead dog because his legs suddenly went soft. The only explanation was that he was a young master from Lingzhou. It was hard to say whether he was Wang Yunshu's old friend, but his family background was definitely far superior to Wang Gongcao's in Huangnam County. If he was a son of an official of the same rank as his father, even if he had been taught an unforgettable lesson, he definitely wouldn't be so submissive to the point of prostrating himself before someone the moment they met. As a little leader, Snowsuit could hide in a daze, but she couldn't. She hurriedly sorted out her thoughts. Apart from the disrespect of sitting on the gray-haired young master's lap and rubbing his buttocks, Chao Xuan could be considered honest. However, she was only a prostitute from Peach Cheek's house. Most of the sons of officials were officials, and most of the sons of generals joined the army. Naturally, there would be rats that dug holes in the ground. However, Huangnam County definitely had people like her who followed their mother to become prostitutes, but they were definitely few. Su Fengyan didn't pay attention to Wang Yunshu at all. The reason why he remembered this name was because Wang Yunshu's father was not vulgar, Huangnam County's merit officer, Wang Shihua. The Wang family was a big family in Huangnam County with many ancestral shrines. However, the same family name had different ancestors. There were 4 famous families: Shuijing Wang family, Longyi Wang family, Lingling Su of Gojosian family, and Zijin Wang family. Administrator Li Gongda was an outsider in Huangnam County. The reason why he was able to make a fortune was that he was not only the son-in-law of Longyi Wang family, but also successfully tied together the several big Wang families that were intertwined with each other. If it was said that being an official was a new illness, then the establishment of a family was an old illness that was close to being cured. Wang Yunshu was quick-witted, or else he wouldn't have been able to survive in Huangnam County. He immediately understood that His Royal Highness didn't want to reveal his identity, so he hurriedly stood up and dusted his sleeves in a serious manner. Su Fengyan stood up and gestured to Chao Xuan to drink. There was wine in the house, but it wasn't good enough to serve young Master Wang. Chao Xuan wanted to go to the wine cellar to get a few jars of wine that had been sealed for many years, but Su Fengyan said that green ants would do. Chao Xuan was stunned and didn't dare to question him, but she still subconsciously glanced at Wang Yunshu. This made young Master Wang so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He silently cursed this little leader for being blind. Wasn't this setting him up? He immediately threw a fierce look at her, telling her not to be nosy. Chao Juan also knew that she was drawing legs on a snake, and hurriedly left. Su Fengnian gestured to Wang Yinshu to sit. Wang Yinshu flatteringly shook his head, and hurriedly said that standing was more comfortable. Su Fengnian still carried a chair for Wang Yinshu and stood by the window. Wang Yinshu laughed dryly as he sat down, feeling as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He recited all the names of the Bodhisattvas, deities, and Buddhas he knew, hoping that this bad-tempered His Royal Highness would not use peaceful means before resorting to force. In Longqing County, even Zhong Hongwu had been dealt with quite a bit, so His Royal Highness could still steam and roast him whenever he wanted. Su Fengnian leaned his elbow against the window and asked, "How is Uncle Wang?" Wang Yinshu swallowed his saliva and nodded. He's fine. Su Fengnian, who had always been amiable towards Wang Yinshu, thought for a moment and smiled. Uncle Wang comes from a rare scholarly family in Beiliang, in Huangnan County. His knowledge is high, no less than that of the prefect Song Yen. It is said that there was once a Wudang Jinren who observed his physiognomy and gave him a prophecy. What did he say? Wang Yinshu said, awkwardly, that unknown old Taoist said that when my father was young, he was addicted to chivalry, riding, and archery. Then he was addicted to the study of scriptures and poems. Then he was addicted to the old immortal Huang and the Western Buddhist land. In the end, he returned to being a sage. I reckon that whether or not the Taoist priest came from Wudang is another matter. I've made a fool of myself in front of your highness. Young Master Su. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, when I was at Wudang Mountain, I did indeed hear such a thing. That old Taoist priest was fully deserving of his title as a Taoist immortal, the old supreme leader, Wang Zhongluo. Wang Yinshu was dumbfounded. To be honest, even the Wang family did not take this prophecy seriously. They only saw it as icing on the cake. However, when his father was young, he did indeed ride a horse, carry a sword, and travel to study. He was full of chivalry. However, now that Wang Gongqiao was addicted to Taoism, Wang Yinshu had never seen his father practice martial arts with a sword. He had not even seen his father ride a horse many times. As for his travel experience when he was young, Wang Gongqiao had never mentioned it in front of his only son. Wang Yinshu also thought that these rumors, which his father was unwilling to talk about, were just the flattery of busybodies. Chapter 909. If it was really the old immortal who severed the Kanglin River with one finger, then it would be incredible. Wang Yinshu immediately had a higher opinion of his father, who made enemies on all sides in Lingzhou's officialdom. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he did not see eye to eye with the administrator made Wang Yinshu feel that his future in this life was bleak. Wang Yinshu's ability to observe people's expressions was even more perfect than Chao Juan's. When His Royal Highness talked about the old Wudang leader, his eyes and expression were very gentle, and it was not the kind of feminine softness that made others feel cold in their bones. Of course, Wang Yinshu did not know that between the two mountains, Wudang Mountain and Qingliang Mountain, it could be said that even an immortal's sword could not sever it. The green ant wine that everyone was fond of was readily available in Beiliang. Chao Juan quickly brought 4 pots. Su Fengnian and Wang Yinshu naturally took 2 pots. Chao Juan asked for 1 pot herself. Snowsuit was not good at drinking, so the last pot was given to the woman in the mink hat who was pretending to be a servant in green. When she handed the wine over, Chao Juan was suddenly stunned. There was such a beautiful person in the world. Could it be that she could compete with Xiangfan City's Li Shuangjia? Su Yanbing had already closed the door and became a door god who did not show his emotions. Su Fengnian held the small wine pot with 2 fingers and gently shook it. He asked mischievously, "Do you still hate Li Hanlon now?" Wang Yinshu drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He had never touched the green ant wine before, but when he drank with his Royal Highness, not to mention the barely tasted green ant, even the dregs of the wine would give rise to the feeling of getting drunk. When he suddenly heard this sentence, Wang Yinshu's weak point, he almost spat out the mouthful of wine. He quickly swallowed the mouthful of strong wine. The wine went down his stomach, but his heart was in his throat again. He carefully smiled bitterly and said, "How would I dare? Young Master Li has already made a name for himself on the border. Don't talk about holding a grudge. If young Master Li comes to Huangnam County to pay respects to his ancestors, I will lead his horse for him." However, before young Master Li left Huangnam County, he said that if he ever sees me again, he will beat me up until even my father won't recognize me. Even if Wang Yinshu wants to apologize, I really don't dare to go to young Master Li and be beaten up. Chao Zhuan thought that she had grasped the mystery. This young man from Lingzhou must have some kind of relationship with the administrator's son, Li Hanlon. He might even be a relative of the administrator. This was why Wang Yinshu was scared out of his wits. Su Fengnian nodded, as if he believed Wang Yinshu. He casually asked, "I heard that you have a sworn brother who is a military officer in Huangnam County. He is in charge of a battalion of soldiers and horses. He has 300 to 400 armored soldiers under his command. All of them are light cavalry, and their war horses are all B grade. They wouldn't be bad, even if they were placed on the border of Yuliang. They are far more elite and skilled in battle than the military officers in the county." Wang Yinshu scratched his head and chuckled. He grinned and said with an honest face, "They are just for show. Of course, they are good-looking. If they really go to the border and fight with the barbarians, I don't think they will be good. They are all new soldiers who have never fought before. However, to be honest, many of them are the direct disciples of the gangs in Huangnam County. They are not good at fighting, but they are good at fighting. Since young Master Su has asked about these family scandals, I can only tell the truth. If there is anything wrong, young Master Su can tell Wang Yinshu. I will explain it to my father and my sworn brother. In any case, I can guarantee that everything will go according to young Master Su's wishes." Chao Zhuan, who heard every word, was even more surprised. Could it be that this young master from Lingzhou was not as simple as just a descendant of the Li family? Otherwise, how could he give orders to Huangnam County's military and politics? The conflict between rich playboys would break the sky and fight with each other. The 2 groups of people would invite immortals to fight until the sky was dark. The worst-case scenario would be the soldiers in bright armor being their accomplices. There was no reason for it to be serious enough to shake the foundation of the family. In the impression of the head of the Peach Cheeks house, there really was no young second generation from Huangnam County who could surpass their parents and challenge those old foxes in the officialdom. Huangnam County was Beiliang's granary. The officials who could abuse their power here were not simple. Governor Song Yan's methods were swift and fierce, and Wang Gongchao was also famous for being watertight. It could be said that all of them were like a hornet's nest. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There are too many rich people in Huangnam County. However, many of them can't find a temple even if they carry a pig's head. In the end, it's because they don't have enough ability. Back then, when they fought for the position of governor of Fengzhou, it wasn't Uncle Wang who lost to the administrator. It was the Wang family from the water school who lost to the Wang family from Longyi. They were suppressed by the administrator for so many years that they couldn't even become the governor of Huangnam County. Then, They were ostracized by Song Yan, who was one rank higher than them. It was already not easy for them to be able to sit on the fishing platform and firmly hold the power to distribute the county official's hat. Now, Governor Song is finally going to move from Huangnam County to Lingzhou to be the governor. Wang Yunshu's expression was complicated. Did His Royal Highness want his father to take a step forward? Su Fengnian didn't keep Wang Yunshu in suspense. He directly explained the stakes to Wang Yunshu. However, the position of governor still has to be filled by an official from the Wang family from Longyi. The rules in the officialdom are passed down from generation to generation. They can't be broken just because they want to, otherwise they'll be hated too much. What I'm curious about right now is whether or not your sworn brother has any real ability. Wang Yunshu gritted his teeth and said, "That's my sworn brother." At this point, he glanced at Chao Zhuan, who was listening attentively. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Miss Chao Zhuan, you and Snowsuit go exchange for some fresh food." Once the outsiders left, Wang Yunshu immediately stood up and carefully worded his words. "Your Highness, my sworn brother is called Jiao Wui. He has some ability and has made a lot of military achievements at the border of Yuzhou. Unfortunately, he was framed by his colleagues. Not only did my father lose more than 10,000 taels of silver, my sworn brother almost didn't make it back to Huangnam County alive. However, our Wang family admits to this grudge. Wang Yunshu won't complain to your Highness. My sworn brother, Jiao Wui, often drowned his sorrows in Huangnam County in the past few years, but he didn't lose his martial arts. During this time, he often led the soldiers to the river to cut ice and had them jump into the river to freeze. If they couldn't endure it, they had to leave. I'm not trying to deceive your Highness by saying good things about my sworn brother, but I've never seen such a ferocious commandant." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you go to the border and take a look, you'll know that it's nothing." Wang Yunshu's face immediately turned red. He said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, please don't blame me. Wang Yunshu is short-sighted." Su Yanbing coughed softly. Almost at the same time, Su Fengnian waved his hand at Wang Yunshu. Then he turned around and stood by the window, looking at the Shiitake Inn. Chapter 9-10. Su Fengnian stood by the window. He turned his head and waved at the confused Wang Yunshu. After he came closer, he said softly, "Go and tell your sworn brother that, for your sake, I'll allow him to lead the army into the city. There's a good opportunity for him to earn military merits without doing any work." Wang Yunshu rubbed his hands vigorously and said eagerly, "Your Highness, can I also join in the fun?" Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Do you have the status of a soldier?" Wang Yunshu also confessed. He blushed and said, Yes. My father wants to save face. He thinks that I'm not doing my job properly. He takes me out to meet his colleagues during festivals, which makes him lose face. So he asked my sworn brother for the position of a small squad leader." Su Fengnian said playfully, "A small squad leader? That's a position that can only be obtained by killing barbarians at the border." Young Master Wang was horrified. He laughed dryly and didn't know how to salvage the situation. Su Fengnian didn't care about it. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and discuss with your sworn brother. When the time comes, you don't have to come to Peach Cheek's restaurant. Let the Jiao Wui army split into two. You and him will go to Qing Rong Temple and Liantang, respectively. If the city gate asks, say that it's Governor Song Yan's order. If anyone asks, say that it's me who asked you to go." Wang Yunshu said goodbye and ran out of Peach Cheek's restaurant with the retainers and evil slaves in the corridor. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Chao Zhuan and Snowsuit, who were a little further away, looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was going on. Su Yanbing walked to the window and looked at Shiitake. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to your highness for your enlightenment while playing the zither." Su Fengnian nodded and lamented, "The world only knows that there are big mistakes in the false realm, but it seems that there are also good times when there are mistakes." Su Yanbing shook his head and said, "His Royal Highness's fake realm is like a painting that a collector would like to borrow for a look. The collector would uncover a corner of the painting and then quickly take it back. This kind of fake realm is obviously less harmful than the artist's own painting going astray. Furthermore, what His Highness has comprehended this time is not the profound finger of inquiring immortality, but the vast azure heavenly phenomenon. This was due to His Highness 20 years of studying, as well as what he had seen and heard in his 3 travels. Reading 10,000 books, traveling 10,000 miles, was the reason why scholars passed down from generation to generation and had to travel 10,000 miles. Only by doing so would one be able to accumulate sufficient strength and achieve success at a certain point in time. However, what Su Yanbing said is all theoretical. His Highness was able to comprehend the essence of the heavenly phenomenon even after experiencing the false realm and falling realm. Even Su Yanbing admits that he is unable to do so. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Uncle Su, you are someone who is about to transcend the mortal world and enter the divine world. Don't put in good words for me, a second-level internal force, half-baked guy." Su Yanbing dismissed it with a smile. Su Fengnian muttered in his heart. The realm he had just touched upon was too ethereal and mysterious, but it did not seem to be the profound finger or the heavenly phenomenon. It was as if with a hook of his finger, he could make some objects that seemed to be close to him, but were actually thousands of miles away break through the air and arrive. However, this kind of realm was fleeting and was not reliable. As for how to grasp the details, it would depend on his future opportunities. Ever since the betrayal of Black Carp in Huangnam County and the secret cooperation of Hanshang, an old spy with a high position in Beimang, the spy network in the county was rotten. The more experienced a person was, the easier it was for them to be exposed. The spy circle had a habit of catching pairs. There were catching pairs between friends and enemies after their identities were exposed, and there were also catching pairs between people of the same camp. However, the latter was usually only the important literary spies who had reached a certain position had the qualifications to be watched and protected by military spies. Many literary spies did not know who had died for them in their entire lives. Often, they would only be informed of someone's death when they had to evacuate in an emergency. Hanshang was undoubtedly an important part of Beimang's infiltration into Beiliang's granary. With a literary spy like Hanshang, whose martial arts cultivation did not match his identity, naturally, there would be the old bastard that Su Fengnian had mentioned lurking at the bottom of the quagmire. However, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. No one knew what surprises would be in the 3 nests. In this secret assassination, the Eagle Guard was mainly responsible for Qingrong Temple, where there were relatively few spies. The peregrine falcon was to peck at the fat meat of the entire lotus pond. There were orders from the higher-ups that they could not kill by mistake, but not by mistake. These 2 groups of Beiliang killers were very powerful and required a lot of energy, material, and manpower to deal with. Therefore, these 2 groups of men of sacrifice not only wore soft armor and short knives, but also carried bows and crossbows. Shiitake was the least valued of the 3 groups. Some of the miscellaneous people with low ranks were thrown here. Both the peregrine falcon and the Eagle Guard were sent here. The competition between them was inevitable. Hong Shuwen and Rin Shanyu were in this group. Rin Shanyu was only one of the 2 small leaders. There was also an old man whose name had been forgotten. He was used to calling him Old Tree Stump. It was said that he had been a man of sacrifice in Baelyang for many years. However, until today, he had never been to Baelyang Palace, let alone seen the general at close range. He had the air of an old-fashioned man of Jianghu. Chapter 911. The manager of the Peregrine Falcon was a sloppy middle-aged man whose surname was Song. This time, other than the two groups of people who were on the lookout and hunting down the fish that slipped through the net, there were 6 people who entered Shiitake Inn. This man with the surname Song pretended to be a rich man from another place and wore a thick gold chain that weighed several kilograms around his neck. Hong Shuwen was his bad friend, and Ren Shanyu was Master Song's private foxy woman. The other 3 people were the elites of the Peregrine Falcon. They wore retainer outfits and didn't carry any weapons, but they all had daggers and short hooks hidden inside. Before entering Shiitake Inn, they had roughly communicated with each other about what they were good at and what kind of weapons they used. Being men of sacrifice was not a joke. No one was allowed to be a hero alone. Once there was a battle that was roughly evenly matched, whether there was cooperation or skillful cooperation, the outcome would be completely different. It might even be the difference between life and death. Chai Filu's main target was a woman who had recently become the most popular courtesan. She wasn't necessarily more beautiful than the previous courtesans, but men liked the new and disliked the old. This made her business seem particularly good. Tonight, a lord from Fengyang County spent 700 taels to get her out of the competition, which meant that she would have to spend the night outside. However, he had underestimated the market for courtesans in Shiitake Inn. As soon as he heard that this lord from Fengyang County was going to be kicked out, someone immediately offered 600 taels. The old man had no choice but to ask for 100 taels back and give up on the idea of being kicked out of the competition. He had no choice but to leave a beautiful maidservant in a private residence outside. According to the spy report that Wang Tongke had unearthed, the procuress in Chai Filu, who was responsible for matchmaking between the boss and the rich and powerful, was also a spy who was born in Baelyang, but turned to Baemang halfway through. In addition, the guard instructor and several fellow apprentices of this brothel were real Baemang's men of sacrifice. There were a total of 8 or 9 people in Chai Filu, and only half of them were capable of risking their lives. Therefore, everyone was an expert. The Peregrine Eagle Guard, 16 or 17 people coordinated from inside and outside, so there was no suspense. In fact, it was indeed very smooth at the beginning. The leader of the Peregrine Eagle, Songgu, and Ren Shanyu went to a room that had been booked long ago. It happened that the top floor of the building was the room where the courtesan received her guests. He called for a half-famous courtesan. The brothel did not reject the guests who brought their own women, but it was not easy to let a famous courtesan play with a stranger. Even if the courtesan herself was willing, the brothel would most likely reject it. This was because they were afraid that the value of the famous courtesan that they had painstakingly raised would fall after making a fuss. Therefore, without a high price, it was impossible to invite her. Hong Shuwen, who was hired by Songgu, got a big bag of silver. He kept pestering the brothel keeper and shamelessly asked her to make an exception for him. In fact, Hong Shuwen was not bad-looking. He was a disciple of a rich family in Baelyang, and he killed people to show his heroic spirit. The woman, who was about 27 or 28 years old, might have taken a fancy to this guy. Even though Hong Shuwen's money was not enough for her, she still agreed. However, she was a brothel keeper in Shiitake Inn and had countless trivial matters to deal with. So, she asked Hong Shuwen to be more efficient and finish the job quickly. Hong Shuwen agreed with a smile and exposed his shortcomings. He said that he was famous for riding fast, which made the woman look at him coquettishly. The spring night was short, and no one thought that life was too long. Little by little, The 3 peregrine falcons, who were familiar with the terrain of Shiitake Inn, found the guards who were drinking in the small courtyard and killed them without saying a word. On an embroidered bed, the woman who sensed the killing intent wanted to break Hong Shuwen's spine with her hand. As a result, Hong Shuwen hit her dantian first, and then his 5 fingers were like hooks, strangling her white and tender neck. He watched her die, little by little, and said with a smile, "I have to take the money back later. We slept together because we liked each other. What's the matter with spending money to buy sex?" Almost at the same time, Song-gu was admiring the sight of a prostitute stripping. He walked up behind her, and she turned around to look at him with a smile. Song-gu smiled and covered her mouth with his hand. He then punched her in the chest and killed her on the spot. Rin Shanyu, who had been impatient for a long time, jumped on the table, tiptoed, and stuck to the ceiling like a gecko. After confirming the movement upstairs, she tore the plank with her hands and found the position of the spy prostitute. She only saw a charming scene. The woman's clothes were half taken off, and her hands were on the table, revealing a large part of her snow-white fat under her waist. An old man in luxurious clothes was raising his hand and was about to slap the 2 pieces of fat. Seeing Rin Shanyu appear out of nowhere, the old man was obsessed with lust and was not too frightened. Instead, he looked at Rin Shanyu's soft breasts with a playful smile. However, the Shiitake Inn prostitute, with a perky but had a strong, murderous look in her eyes. Instead of lifting her skirt and putting on her clothes, she slapped the table and twisted her 5 fingers slightly. She was like a gorgeous butterfly spinning toward the uninvited guest, Rin Shanyu. The female eagle guard, who did not carry a pair of Xianhua broadaxes, was about to block when an arm appeared from the floor. It grabbed the prostitute's slender ankle and pulled it down hard. She was dragged downstairs and disappeared without a trace. Rin Shanyu's face was full of anger. She had a deep grudge against Song-gu. Originally, she planned to assassinate the prostitute, Song-gu to deal with the Shiitake Inn brothel, and Hong Shuwen to support the 3 peregrine falcons. However, Song-gu let Hong Shuwen do the hard work and stayed in the room. The prostitute in the same room did not need to die at all. She only needed to be knocked out. Just when Rin Shanyu was in a trance, the gentleman from the neighboring county, who came back to his senses, quietly stretched out his hand. His palm was facing up, under the table, and he gently lifted the table. The table quickly spun and smashed toward Rin Shanyu. With a sudden murderous intent, Rin Shanyu kicked out and broke the heavy hardwood table. Then she saw an old and gloomy face getting closer and closer. She was hit on the forehead by a palm. Her petite body directly broke through the wall and was slapped out of the building. When she was about to fall on the street, Rin Shanyu, whose consciousness was getting more and more blurred, regretted. If she had the pair of axes in her hands, maybe she would not be so useless. Chapter 9:12. The Taoist temple was the place where Taoism was observed. The monk was the person who left the world. The Taoist temple observed Taoism honestly, and the monks left the world dutifully. They should not be too involved in the world. Don't forget, this was Bailiang. The culprit who once turned the people of Jianghu into rats was either patrolling the border or watching Bailiang coldly from Mount Qingliang. Huangnam County's Qingrong Temple was famous in Bailiang for its towering ancient trees. The path to the temple was covered with greenery. It was the best place for the county officials and dignitaries to escape from the summer heat. As the Bailiang Palace was built on Mount Qingliang, Qingrong Temple also had the reputation of being cool. Qingrong Temple had always had a deep relationship with the officials of Huangnam County. For example, Wang Shihua, who worshipped Elder Huang, even though he did not have a teacher, he worshipped Taoist Qing Huai as his teacher. Moreover, this old Taoist was Wang Shihua's political enemy, Governor Song Yen for many years. Song Yen did not alienate his relationship with Qingrong Temple just because Wang Shihua worshipped this Taoist as his teacher. Now that Li Yang had destroyed Buddhism, only Beiliang's Taoism was close to Buddhism. Many monks rushed into Beiliang to seek refuge. Qingrong Temple also opened its escape from the summer heat door. Most of them did not refuse. Fortunately, Qingrong Temple was prosperous. Otherwise, it would be eaten by so many mouths. Among the monks who stayed in Qingrong Temple, the most famous one was monk Huangdeng of Gangnam-do. In this half a year, the monk and the Taoist had been learning from each other. Both sides debated Buddhism and Taoism and did not close the door. This made the scholars of Huangnam County scramble for it, regardless of whether they could understand it or not. At night, the Taoist temple's night sky was green and close to ink. Only a lantern was hung in one place. The light was dim, and there were two unfamiliar songs alternating. At first, it sounded barren and out of tune, but if one listened carefully, one might be able to taste something unique. The old Taoist had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He held a horsetail whisk in his arms and sat on the ground with his back leaning against a pillar. He was none other than Taoist Qing Huai, an expert in the Zhai Jiao Kui. There was an old monk clapping his hands beside him. He was humming a line: snatch the swallow's mud, shave the Buddha's golden makeup, slice the mosquito's leg meat. He was none other than Yellow Lamp Zen Master, who had drifted from Gangnam-do to Beiliang during the Buddha annihilation catastrophe. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. Monk Huangdeng asked softly, "My old friend Qing Huai, I heard in Gangnam-do that there was a guqin belonging to the lay family of Shishu in Qingrong Temple. Back then, the lay family followed the king of the fallen country to his death. The hundreds of gyukins that the family had kept were all smashed to pieces. I wonder if this guqin can still be played?" The old Taoist said regretfully, "When I got my hands on it, more than half of the Rao Jianlei had already been burned. Not a single string was left. Every time the remnants of Shishu looked at it with tears in their eyes." Monk Huangdeng sighed, "The rise and fall of fate." The old Taoist raised his head and looked at the lantern hanging high. He suddenly laughed and said, "Isn't there a competition between Buddhism and Taoism?" The old monk nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you think of the Lord of Beiliang?" The Taoist spoke without hesitation. He said, "Of course he has made great contributions. According to the system of our dynasty, there are 6 categories of contributions: founding the country, quelling difficulties, capturing rebels, suppressing the vassals, resisting the barbarians, and conquering the barbarians. The king of Beiliang, Su Shao, has 5. His contributions are more than just the lord's. However, as a subject, if the lord wants the subject to die, the subject is disloyal." The old monk smiled calmly. The Taoist was looking at the big red lantern, while the monk was looking at a string of wind chimes that were mute even though there was no wind. There was a buzzing sound. Although it sounded like there was only one sound, there were more than 40 crossbow arrows shooting towards the eaves. The old Taoist furrowed his brows, but he didn't withdraw his gaze. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, he wrapped a few crossbow bolts in the white strands of the whisk. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he pretended to use the crossbow bolts to knock against the crossbow bolts. He actually managed to block the rain of arrows outside the eaves. 2 armored soldiers came out of the shadows, one in front and one behind. When they were 10 steps away from the corridor, they changed into a bunch of arrows that flew over the soldiers' heads. The old Taoist stood up. He held the horsetail whisk in one hand and the white silk in the other. He pulled out most of it and threw it into the air. The old Taoist, who was good at observing qi, focused more on the soldiers behind him. The eagle guard was covered in iron armor. His body was as graceful as a woman's, which made him look very unique. Taoist Qing Huai, who was already at the peak of grade 2, had been stuck in a state where he wanted to break through but couldn't. For cultivators, as long as they broke through to the master realm, most of them would reach the mystic realm as soon as they reached grade 1. This was also why Dao sect masters were called Little Taoist masters. However, Taoist Qing Huai never showed his strength to outsiders. Even when he did show his strength, he was still around grade 3. Therefore, in Huangnam County, he was only known for his research on Taoist techniques. Taoist Qing Huai used the Dipper Steps. Just as the hidden talisman formation was about to be activated, a Buddhist chant sounded. Taoist Qing Huai's face turned cold. He climbed from grade 3 to grade 2. He shouted softly. The iron horse wind chimes jingled, and the big red lantern swayed. The old monk chanted again, but the talisman formation was still unable to be activated. At this time and place, the Tao was 1 foot tall, and the Buddha was 10 feet tall. Taoist Qing Huai finally stopped hiding his strength. His entire Taoist robe puffed up like a ball. However, the old monk had already closed his eyes. The old monk entered a meditative state and listened to the gentle sound of the bells. The leading soldier stepped onto the corridor and broke through the aura shield with 1 strike. The price was huge. His entire body was covered in blood. He didn't care about his face and cut open the Taoist's abdomen. His other hand held the hilt of the sword and increased his strength. He charged forward and knocked Taoist Qing Huai, who was determined to multitask, into the wall. The tip of the sword didn't just pierce through the old Taoist's body. It even went a few inches out of the wall. The soldier who was close to the diamond body spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his arm and wiped the blood off his face. The armored soldier behind spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp. She should be a young woman. Wutangin's secret order allows you to change Qing Rong Temple into a temple. The old monk put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. Chapter 9:13. The general wanted to test the young man's internal energy, so he continued to gallop forward on his horse for 30 li. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with the general, and the two of them were actually riding side by side. The general wanted to test the young man's internal energy, so he continued to gallop forward on his horse for 30 li. The wanderer also followed the general for 30 li without showing any signs of fatigue. The general saw him as a talent and allowed him to establish a sect in his territory. Lotus Pond vaguely became one of the top 3 sects in Feng province at that time. However, following the general's death, this sect leader's personality was perverse and his martial skill was not high. When he clashed with others, he would either die or be injured. Only then did he move to the neighboring Huangnam County. These years, he had been supporting the sect by himself. When he reached 40 years of age, his temperament changed, and he gradually began to stand firm. However, Lotus Pond was still not as prosperous as it was in the past. Fortunately, in these years, he had accepted a few in-name disciples with good innate abilities. These young talents probably learned from their master's mistakes and were good at interacting with officials in the county. Thus, they reluctantly helped Lotus Pond expand in Huangnam County. Do Yangguan, who had nothing better to do, entered Lotus Pond at this time. He could be considered to be from a well-off family. Since he was young, he liked to fight for power and ruthlessly. However, if he wanted to become a genuine expert, logically speaking, he shouldn't even think about going bankrupt. Once, when the direct disciple of Lotus Pond's sect leader went out to travel, he was surrounded and beaten up by several major sects within the county. The hot-blooded Do Yangguan risked his life to save him and escorted him all the way from the border of Huangnan County to Lotus Pond. Zhang Su originally wanted to give him 500 taels of silver to settle the matter, but Dou Yangguan knelt on the ground for a day and a night, begging to be allowed to enter the sect. Zhang Su refused and coldly said that his talent was mediocre. To the men of Jianghu, this was tantamount to a death sentence. However, Dou Yangguan was also a person who would go to a dead end. He would rather not give up the silver that was envied by ordinary people and only wanted to be allowed to squat on the martial arts field of Lotus Pond's outer sect for a month. A month later, Dou Yangguan was mercilessly kicked out of the sect. Zhang Su's disciple, who was saved by Dou Yangguan, also had a sense of brotherhood. In order to repay Dou Yangguan's kindness, he did not hesitate to violate the sect's rules and privately imparted martial arts to Zhang Su. In a fit of rage, Zhang Su expelled him from Lotus Pond. Dou Yangguan knelt outside the door and continuously kowtowed for nearly 100 times. In the end, a grandmaster of Huangnan County, who had visited Lotus Pond to compare notes on martial arts with Zhang Su, interceded for him. Zhang Su reluctantly accepted him as an outer sect disciple. Jianghu was like this. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. This was also the reason why so many nameless people racked their brains to become disciples of the gangs. Whether or not there was a master leading the way was of utmost importance. Even with the same aptitude, there would be a world of difference in cultivation level after a few years. On the roof of a side house, there were 2 young men drinking wine and admiring the moon. One of them was dressed shabbily and sat there drinking slowly. The other was dressed in bright clothes and had a handsome appearance. He had sharp eyebrows, and all the items on him were the most fashionable and expensive items in Huangnan County. He was lying on the roof, shaking a small vermilion-colored porcelain wine pot. The wine was green ant wine. However, after changing to this gourd-shaped wine pot, the price was not much lower than white dragon wine. When the handsome man was not smiling, he had the demeanor of an aristocratic family. However, once he smiled, he exposed himself. He laughed and said, "Brother Yen, I really didn't expect that I would be able to drink 6 taels of silver a pot of wine one day." The shabbily dressed man with the surname Yen turned his head and laughed softly. "In the future, even if it's 60 taels of silver a pot, you can still afford it. Listen to Brother Yen. It will be difficult for you to find a woman as good as Miss Song in your lifetime. Don't take it lightly." The handsome man who was about to become an inner disciple of Lotus Pond smiled and said, "Brother Yen, in terms of martial arts, I will never be as good as you in this lifetime. However, when it comes to dealing with women, especially those rich young ladies, you are far inferior to me." The shabbily dressed man sitting and drinking wine shook his head and laughed. "Yangguan, your talent in martial arts is not inferior to mine. Although you have missed the best time to temper your body, Master is a dual cultivator with unfathomable inner strength. As long as you are promoted from an inner disciple to a direct disciple, your future will be limitless. Even if Miss Song is the daughter of the governor, you will be worthy of her. Yangguan, don't despise Brother Yen for being rigid. When you meet a good girl, no matter how much she can't bear to part with you, as a responsible man, you have to make her proud of you. You can't always think that she's such a high and mighty girl who's only obedient to you and only cares about ordering her around like a cow or horse. You've gained face in front of your fellow disciples, but later on, you've become a family with her." Dou Yangguan's face suddenly turned gloomy. "Brother Yen, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been," the shabbily dressed man said magnanimously. "It's all fate. Moreover, Yen Shijun doesn't regret it. I was adopted by Master when I was young. After following Master for so many years, from Fengyang County to Huangnan County, I have only learned Master's stubbornness and stubbornness. Eldest martial brother has the best perseverance and learned martial arts from Master. Second, martial brother has the best talent. Even if he doesn't practice martial arts diligently, his martial arts didn't fall behind. Moreover, when he was with the governor, he was smooth and slick. In all aspects, it was thanks to second martial brothers' connections that our Lotus Pond was able to expand in Hwangnam County. However, in many things, it is difficult to have the best of both worlds. No matter how you choose, you will not live happily. I also don't know if entering Lotus Pond will help you or harm you. You may find out in the future. However, I hope that you don't know. When you become the son-in-law of the governor, don't mix in Jianghu anymore. You won't be able to make a name for yourself. If you mix in the government or the military, you will have a better future than in our line of work. Do Yangguan was speechless. He sat up and saw a few outer disciples of Fish Pond patrolling near the martial arts field at night. He was somewhat dispirited. Do Yangguan suddenly opened his eyes wide and completely sobered up. Groups of black-armored men climbed over the wall in an orderly manner. After landing on the ground, they bent their backs and sprinted forward. They raised their short crossbows and shot, killing the sentries in front of them like the autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Almost all of the patrolling disciples at the Lotus Pond had their heads pierced by more than 2 crossbow bolts to ensure that they died silently and without any struggle before they died. Apart from the north, the black-armored assassins gradually approached the residents north of the martial arts field from the east, west, and south. What followed was an even more sinister night attack. When Yan Shijun and Do Yangguan stood up and saw the general situation, Yan Shijun immediately shouted, "Assassins are attacking." Do Yangguan was in a daze. He was about to turn around and ask Yan Shijun what kind of enemy Lian Tang had provoked for them to be so ruthless. However, when he turned around, he heard the soft whooshing sound of arrows piercing through the air. Then he saw a bloody scene. Yan Shijun, who had just warned, had just dodged the attack of a featherless arrow when a second featherless arrow circled in a large arc and pierced through his abdomen from the side. Yan Shijun staggered back, but another arrow came straight at him. Other than the second arrow, which was especially domineering, which he could not dodge, the other 2 arrows were easy to dodge. Yan Shijun turned his head, grabbed the arrow with one hand, and held it upside down. With all his strength, he said, "It's the Northern Liang crossbowman." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly assassin in black armor easily climbed up the building. He looked a little annoyed at Yan Shijun for being a busybody on the roof. He held a crossbow in one hand and a saber in the other as he slashed at Yan Shijun. Do Yangguan had never experienced a life or death battle like this before. Although there were fights between gangs in the past where people killed each other and blood splattered everywhere, Do Yangguan was still able to fight back. In the end, it was far less terrifying and cruel than tonight's sneak attack. Not to mention that Do Yangguan had become a spectator. Even Yan Shijun, who was a first-class expert in his eyes, had his arm and shoulder chopped off by that saber. The burly man in black armor had just slashed down with his saber when he suddenly raised his arm and shot a powerful crossbow at Do Yangguan. Do Yangguan's life wasn't meant to end yet. At this moment, he was unexpectedly lucky and dodged the crossbow. He stepped through the roof tiles and landed in the martial arts room. He casually picked up a saber and retreated. Do Yangguan relied on his familiarity with the terrain to move around desperately. Every time he moved, there would be crossbow bolts falling from the roof like a shadow. The black-armored assassin softly exclaimed in surprise. He obviously didn't expect this kid to be so agile. Just as he was about to jump into the room to chase after him, another man in the same armor jumped onto the roof. He held an ox-horn longbow and shot an arrow at a house that suddenly lit up. The window was broken, and the owner of the house was nailed to the wall by an arrow just as he lit up the lantern. The man with astonishing archery skills coldly said, "Tonight, We will only catch the big fish. I will stand guard here. You go downstairs. If you lose to those fledgling eagles from Wudong Garden, you know the consequences." A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the burly armored soldier. He hurriedly acknowledged the order and ran forward. Like a forest spirit ape, he jumped down from the roof and joined up with the other soldiers. They quickly moved forward and headed straight for the main residence. That was the courtyard where Zhang Su of Lotus Pond was located. The armored soldiers charged forward with an irresistible force. The outer disciples who were not skilled enough would only end up being cut down like rice. Some of the inner disciples were not completely unable to fight, but this group of armored soldiers did not pay attention to any of the Jianghu rules of killing. In a small area of close combat, in the blink of an eye, they had the advantage of numbers. 2 or 3 cold sabers charged forward, supplemented by the sinister sneak attacks of the short crossbows, and the sturdy soft armor covering their bodies. The weapons and instruments of the Jianghu gangs could not be considered very sharp. As long as it was not a fatal injury, these armored soldiers would not pay attention to it. They would allow you to stab with a sword or 2 sabers, and they would take the opportunity to heavily injure or even kill the Lotus Pond disciples on the other side. It should be known that the peregrine falcon was originally an expert from all kinds of places in the Liang, Jianghu. When it came to one-on-one combat, he was an expert. Over the years, he had become proficient in many military formations and had become a pack of jackals and wolves. Compared to a one-on-one assassination, the lethality of the attack naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. The archer who gave the order on the roof had a cold look in his eyes. He took out a refined arrow from the quiver on his back. Huangnam County's number 1 shrew monkey, Zhang Su could be considered a troublesome character who was on par with the prince's retainer Lu Qiantang. This time, the peregrine falcon and the eagle guard were traveling together. If they could take this person's head, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. Ren Shanyu's body floated down. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Su Fengnian's eyes were calm. The peregrine falcon? Then he said, "That guy should be the big fish that was caught by the Han Shang." Su Yanbing nodded. Then Chao Zhuan and Snowsuit found that only the gray-haired young master was left in the room. In Shitakian, the rich old master, who had succeeded in one strike, was about to leave quietly. Then he died quietly. The old man did not even know how he died and who killed him. Chapter 9:14. Ren Shanyu fell on the street, but Su Fengnian did not show up immediately. He counted to 16 in his heart, but still no one showed up. From Su Fengnian's perspective, he could clearly see that Ren Shanyu struggled a few times. It was impossible for her to even sit up, let alone stand up. Just as Su Fengnian was about to take action, someone from Shitakian finally rushed out of the embroidery house, picked up Ren Shanyu, and disappeared into the alley. It was Hong Shu-wen, who was neither an eagle guard nor a peregrine falcon. Su Fengnian's face was clouded. Su Yanbing, who came and went like a ghost, stood back at the window and nodded to Su Fengnian, indicating that Shitakian had been dealt with. Su Fengnian turned his head and his expression returned to normal. He asked Chao Zhuan for the detailed location of Wang Yunshu's family mansion, and then asked Snowsuit for the broken zither that was made for flying swords. He held the vase of flower gall with the sound of bells under his arm, and did not say much to Chao Zhuan and Snowsuit. He told them not to see him off, and just smiled at them, which made the 2 brothel girls feel flattered. The usually smooth and slick little shopkeeper of Peach Cheek Brothel did not dare to draw legs on a snake. She stood in the corridor and watched the 2 people disappear around the corner. She noticed the side profile of the gray-haired young man, which was angular. She did not know if it was an illusion, but the young man had a kind of spirit that could make Huangnam County feel like a storm was coming. Chao Zhuan waited for him to leave and leaned against the porch. She turned her head and saw that Snowsuit clearly wanted to take another look, but she was shy. Chao Juan could not help but laugh at her and pointed to the window to Snowsuit. The latter was stunned and then immediately understood. She quickly lifted her skirt and ran to the window. Chao Gu didn't do anything superfluous. She looked at Shui Yi's back. Mother always disliked this girl for not being feminine enough. She couldn't learn how to seduce men. So why didn't she come out? Chao Juan collected her thoughts and began to think about the appearance of the young master of Lingzhou. Would the Peach Cheek brothel, which had always been suppressed by Shitakian, have a turn for the better? As for the broken zither, and the vase that she did not know whether it was genuine or fake, they were all insignificant small things. As long as that person was willing, even if it was a girl like Snowsuit in Peach Cheek brothel, as long as there was one, Peach Cheek brothel would give it to him. Outside the building, Su Fengnian boarded a carriage while Su Yanbing drove the carriage to Wang Gongcao's residence in the county. Wang Shihua was the current head of the Wang family of the water school. Following the rise of his mortal enemy, Li Gongda, to the rank of second-rank Dao administrator of Beiliang, Long Yi's Wang family was known as the Dragon Raises its head, arrogant and despotic. The Wang family of Zijin, who had always been on good terms with Long Yi, could no longer tolerate him. The Wang family of the water school took the opportunity to rope him in. With the addition of the Ling Su of Gojoseon, the three families with the same surname had secretly joined forces to contend against Long Yi, with Wang Shihua, who had great accomplishments and knowledge, as the leader. Wang Shihua's days were not as difficult as outsiders imagined. For the past few years, the Wang family's residence had been bustling with people and carriages. Even a few scholars who had recently entered Beiliang had come to seek guidance from this great scholar of exegesis. However, it was still uncommon for a carriage to visit in the middle of the night. Although Wang Yunshu had a notorious reputation in Huangnam County for not teaching him strictly, the gatekeeper of the Wang family's residence was someone with hidden authority who was no less than a 7th or 8th-ranked official. If he was the slightest bit careless in his treatment of others, he would be severely reprimanded or even expelled from the residence. Thus, when he saw an unfamiliar young master step down from the carriage, the gatekeeper hurriedly walked out from the side door and walked down the steps to inquire about the matter. However, what surprised the gatekeeper was that this young man was completely different from the other aristocratic sons who were eager to open the e-gate to welcome them grandly. He actually said that it was fine to wait at the entrance. The gatekeeper immediately understood that he was most likely looking for the eldest young master. In Huangnam County, it was more effective to look for the eldest young master than to look for anyone else. The eldest young master was extremely influential in Huangnam County. Not long ago, an elder of the Ling Su of Gojoseon had hidden a mistress in a golden house and was blocked by a shrew at the entrance. His disgraceful behavior was completely exposed. It was only when the eldest young master stepped forward that the matter was resolved. Since he wasn't here to compare notes with his master, he was most likely a good-for-nothing playboy. The gatekeeper subconsciously looked down on him, saving him some polite greetings. Walking back to the side door, he looked back and saw the young man squatting on the steps next to the stone lion. The gatekeeper couldn't help but think that this young master must have encountered a threshold that he couldn't pass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the stupidest method to wait for the eldest young master. In the middle of winter, which young master wouldn't be enjoying wine and beauties? The gatekeeper glanced at the burly man standing at the bottom of the steps. It was a pity that such an extraordinary retainer had met the wrong person and followed the wrong master. Su Yanbing hesitated for a moment. Squatting on the steps one step lower than Su Fengnian's, in the eyes of others, he was overstepping his boundaries. in the cold weather. Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and laughed softly. I've implicated Uncle Su. Originally, I could have introduced myself, and then asked Wang Gongqiao for a few cups of hot tea to warm my stomach. But since I'm going to put on a show, I have to put on a good show. Otherwise, I'll have to leave tomorrow morning. The water classic Wang family won't be able to understand the sincerity of a Lingzhou general. Su Yanbing raised his head to look at the sky. You need a heavy snowfall? It seems more sincere. Su Fengnian said in surprise, That's possible? Su Yanbing smiled, slightly, and said, When I was young, I traveled extensively. My luck wasn't bad, and I met some hidden experts. I learned a lot of unorthodox methods. Now that my realm is high enough, I think the heavens will give me face if I ask for a snowstorm in the middle of winter. Su Fengnian asked curiously, Does Master Lu Hao have the ability to do so? Su Yanbing thought for a moment and said calmly, That old thief probably can't. It doesn't mean that my realm is higher than Master Lu Hao's. This is probably the principle of specialization in learning. Back then, I went to the South Sea and killed a bunch of qi cultivators. I obtained a few secret manuals, but when it comes to killing people, two Master Lu Hao's won't be of much help. All these years, I heard that Dong Tai is the best in the world when it comes to killing people. I've always wanted to learn from that peach blossom sword deity. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, Li Chungang reached the heavenly phenomenon state before the age of 30. There's also Dong Tai and Uncle Su. All of you seem to have a smooth journey in martial arts. How did you do it? Su Yanbing thought about this question very seriously. Finally, he gave Su Fengnian an answer that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Just go with the flow. As if he found Su Fengnian's expression funny, Su Yanbing said something that was very suitable for the current weather. Actually, Su Yanbing has always felt that his achievements today are because of this handsome face that didn't lose to his highness when he was young. Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. After he stopped laughing, he said helplessly, Uncle Su, you and second brother Yuan will definitely get along. Su Yanbing smiled indifferently and said that blockhead on horseback spear and lance was indeed taught by me. Su Fengnian was speechless. Chapter 9:15. Su Yanbing suddenly asked, Does your highness not know that Yuan Zuozong started practicing blade techniques at the age of 21? However, after losing to Gu Jiantang, he stopped showing off his blade techniques in front of the world. In the ranking of the experts in the Li Yang army, Bailiang had Chen Jibao and Yuan Zuozong. Now, if Gu Jiantang only had the Thunder Heart, he would probably be at the bottom. However, Gu Jiantang is a cunning person. After so many years, he shouldn't be stagnant. Your Highness, if you still have thoughts about martial arts, why don't you listen to Su Yanbing? Pick two masters who haven't entered the first grade and let them fight willingly. It's a life and death battle. That's why you shouldn't enter the first grade. No matter if it's the first grade or the first grade, as long as you see the greatness of the first grade, your spirit will be more or less affected. Su Fengnian nodded and said, I understand. This is like Administrator Li Gongda. He stands high and sees far. He knows the dangers of fighting in the imperial court, so he acts submissively and can't help but be high-spirited. On the contrary, it was those who were in charge of small counties and counties who claimed to be the overlords of their own land, who were full of spirit. According to what Uncle Su said, it's easy for second-grade masters to fight to their heart's content. Su Yanbing stopped talking and didn't say anything more. About 2 hours later, the sound of horse hooves hitting the street was especially ear-piercing in the cold winter night. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw a group of cavalrymen galloping towards them. Two cavalrymen were riding side by side. Even though they were galloping at full speed, The cavalrymen were still able to converse with each other in a soft voice. Their faces were dignified, but they were also forcefully restraining their pleasant surprise. One of the cavalrymen was not wearing armor. Su Fengnian saw this scene and laughed at himself. The ability to hide one's own weakness was not unique to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was still squatting in the shadow of the stone lion, shielding himself from the wind and cold. Su Yanbing had already returned to the bottom of the steps. Wang Yunshu urged his horse to gallop. He looked a little tired, but he was more excited. When he saw Su Yanbing's figure, his expression froze. Then he lashed the horse's buttocks fiercely. He almost rolled off the horse. Just as he was about to kneel, Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Tell me what happened." Wang Yunshu jogged to the bottom of the steps and asked cautiously, "Shall we enter the mansion and tell His Highness in detail?" Su Fengnian pointed to the seat beside him and shook his head. "I'm going back now. Just give me a rough idea." Wang Gongcao's adopted son, Jiao Wui, ordered the other 20 or so knights to stop a little further away. He got off his horse and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Huangnam County's County Commandant Jiao Wui greets His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian smiled. "County Commandant Jiao, please stand up and speak." Wang Yunshu walked up the steps and squatted down beside Su Fengnian. He began to report to His Royal Highness about the situation of the battle. His sworn brother had gone to Qingrong Temple and coincidentally met a Taoist priest and 2 highly skilled Taoists about 3 li away from Qingrong Temple. They said that they were there to welcome back a few disciples who had obtained crowns and headscarves from other temples. Originally, Jiao Wui would not be too concerned about this. Those middle-aged Taoists were real Taoists from the number 1 temple in Huangnam County. Perhaps they would even greet him with a smile. However, Jiao Wui's purpose for going to Qingrong Temple this time was to obtain riches and honor. Without a second word, he wanted to capture the 3 people. At first, the 3 Taoists surrendered and did not resist. However, when the scouts under his command returned and reported that there were Taoists who had sneakily escaped, there were already 30 light armored cavalry who went to pursue them. The 3 Taoists immediately revealed their ferocity. Luckily, after Jiao Wui had split half of his troops to Wang Yunshu, the 3 Taoists were still in sync with each other. Apart from the dozen or so hidden scouts, each of them had 60 riders a li away. When the 3 Taoists saw that Jiao Wui only had 50 soldiers around him, they vowed to fight to the death. However, they did not expect that after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the next wave of cavalry would swiftly arrive. There were also scouts who secretly sent a message that the 3rd wave of cavalry did not charge forward. Instead, they dismounted from their horses and surrounded them. Out of the 3 Taoists from Qingrong Temple, 2 died, and 1 was injured. Unfortunately, the 2 crowns and headscarves were nowhere to be found. On the other hand, Wang Yunshu's side was much more relaxed. He had purely gone to watch the show and had even missed it. The leader of the Eagle Guard had confirmed that Wang Yunshu was His Royal Highness' trusted aide. Only then did he not give Wang Yunshu the cold shoulder and tell him a few things. Only then did Wang Yunshu know that the 143 people in Lotus Pond, regardless of whether they were women, children, old or young, were all killed to the point that they could not be more dead. It could be said that their entire families had been completely wiped out. Even Huangnam County's number 1 expert, Zhang Su, was not spared. Wang Yunshu had also gone to help clean up the mess while he was at it. Zhang Su, who had been famous in Lingzhou for a long time, had died so miserably. Wang Yunshu had nothing to do, so he went to count the corpse that had its head cut off and nailed to a thick pillar. The headless corpse did not have any light injuries. There were 6 places that had serious injuries. Both of its arms had been chopped off at the shoulders, and an arrow had pierced through its chest. The rest of the corpses were strewn all over the floor, and most of them were badly mutilated. Wang Yinshu had vomited out all the delicacies and wine he had eaten that day. Even now, his scalp was still somewhat numb. In the past, he had always felt that he did not treat people as people. Only today did he realize that once he provoked the Bailiang peregrine falcons, human lives were truly worthless. Su Fengnian quietly listened to Wang Yinshu finish speaking. He stood up and said with a smile, "After all, Huangnam County is your territory, so you should be more familiar with it. There are still some things left to clean up. If I need to trouble you and Commandant Jiao, I will send someone to your residence to inform you." Wang Yinshu was extremely happy. Jiao Wui bowed and cupped his fists. "This is my duty. I will not regret it, even if I have to die for your highness." Su Fengnian walked down the steps. Wang Yinshu asked in a low voice, "Is your highness really not going to stay in my humble abode, even if it's just a cup of hot wine?" Su Fengnian teased, "All right, you flattered me enough for tonight. Wang Yinshu, after you return home, tell Wang Gongchao that if you have the chance to go to Liangzhou, come to my residence for a chat." Wang Yinshu said in fear and trepidation, "Of course, of course." Su Fengnian turned to Jiao Wui and said, "Commandant Jiao, you're quite experienced in managing the army. After the Huangnam County incident, the Lingzhou general's residence is still lacking a commandant. After the new year, bring your original troops over. I'll give you another 600 soldiers and horses. We have to make up a total of 1,000. Jiao Wui, who was nearing 40 and had finally abruptly become rich, had tears in his eyes. He fell to his knees. "Jiao Wui is willing to die for your highness." Su Fengnian patted his shoulder and walked towards the carriage. Wang Yinshu wanted to send him off, but Su Fengnian, who had his back to the residence, waved his hand. Wang Yinshu watched the carriage disappear into the distance. He retracted his gaze and said softly, "Brother, His Highness has gone far." Jiao Wui, however, kept his hands pressed against the ground. He was unwilling to get up. Wang Yinshu turned his head and glanced at the beautiful plaque that the imperial court had bestowed upon him 200 years ago. "Brother, please don't forget about our Wang family in the future." Chapter 9:16. At dawn, a horse carriage drove out of Huangnam County. Hong Shuwen rode a horse to escort the carriage. His expression was languid. Beside him were two other white horses. Su Fengnian sat in the horse carriage. Huyen Guanyin was curled up in a corner with sleepy eyes. She was wearing Su Fengnian's fur coat. Last night, when the horse stopped in front of the Wang family's residence, she was alone in the carriage. She lifted the curtain a few times, but she did not see him, who was blocked by the stone lion. She only saw the tall coachman, who cherished his words like gold. Later, when she returned to the side room in the courtyard, she probably did not sleep well. On the contrary, she could sleep soundly in the carriage. If she was a female servant, she really did not know who was taking care of who. Huyen Guanyin opened her sleepy eyes. She forced herself to open her eyelids. Through a small gap, she secretly sized up the man who had turned the city upside down overnight. On the way to Huangnam County, she noticed that he would lift the curtain every few hours. It was almost like he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. She also did not know what he was looking at. In her eyes, other than the same willow tree, there was nothing new on the road. However, he never seemed to get tired of looking at it. Occasionally, when he heard the sound of horse hooves brushing past him, he would be even more attentive. Or perhaps it could be said that he was in a daze. Could it be that he could see a flower from a stranger? When they were about to leave the border of Huangnam County, a horse suddenly rushed over. It was the Peregrine Falcon Team leader Song Gu who had entered Shiitake Inn. When Su Yanbing heard the order from behind the curtain, he let out a sigh and slowly stopped his horse. Song Gu flipped off his horse and knelt by the side of the horse carriage. When he looked up, he saw the curtain. Hong Shuwen turned his horse around and leisurely circled around Song Gu. He looked down at him and laughed. "Leader Song, why are you here to ask for money back?" In the entire Baelyang Peregrine Falcon Team, Song Gu was considered a middle-ranked player. Putting aside Jiayu and other literary spies, military spies were men of sacrifice. In the Peregrine Falcon Team, there was rarely a change in their official ranks. This was because martial arts could not be achieved overnight. Peregrine Falcons relied on their fists to speak. The capable ones were mediocre, while the mediocre ones were at the bottom. Song Gu had the strength of the third rank, and was once a commoner in Lietsong County, Baelyang. Martial arts were the norm in Lietsong County. There were 7 major surnames, and each of them had their own unique skills. Spear Immortal Wang Xiu's wife was from the Qi family in Lietsong County. Song Gu's martial arts training was a legend in the marketplace. When he was young, he met a foreign spear master who came to Lietsong County for a martial arts competition. That spear master's enemy put a huge bounty on his head, and an ambush began. Not to mention the 2 groups of Jianghu killers who were paid to eliminate disasters, there were even 2 big shots from Lietsong County who participated. The master who was close to the Vajra realm killed most of his enemies. After all, it was difficult for a single person to save the situation. Before his death, he escaped to an abandoned house in Lietsong County and coincidentally met the young Song Gu, who was there to stew dog meat. He taught Song Gu all his life's work. Unfortunately, Song Gu didn't even learn half of it. Later on, when he was impulsive, Song Gu revealed his moves and was recognized by his master's enemy. He had no choice but to join the Baelyang Peregrine Falcon. After 10 years of hard work, he was finally able to make a name for himself. Only Chu Lushan and Su Weisheng knew how many first-grade martial artists there were. However, everyone in Baelyang knew that there were 14 second-grade martial artists. 2 years ago, there were as many as 22nd-grade martial artists. However, Lu Qiantang died in the battle at the Reed Marsh, and Xu Xiu withdrew. One died at the border, one went missing, and one died on Qin Jibao's way of entering Shu. One person retired successfully and was conferred the title of general. He founded a sect in the southeast of Lingzhou and made a living by transporting grain. In fact, it was a case of the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimps. Whoever lived to the end would be able to hold the fat bowl of grain transportation. There were no outsiders around. Song Gu, who was kneeling on the ground, said in a deep voice, "I, Song Gu of the second room of Whisk Club, am risking my life to report to your highness." The curtain did not move at all. Song Gu gritted his teeth. In the matter of Shiitake Inn, Song Gu went against the established plan and made a mistake first. Song Gu does not dare to deny it. However, I beg your highness to listen to my explanation of the reason. Shiitake Inn spies were recorded in the second room of Whisk Club. There were Wang Huanru, a female courtesan from Southern Dynasty's Gusai Prefecture, Chu Ruo, a female brothel keeper from Kuan Prefecture, and several disciples from Gusai Prefecture who infiltrated Shiitake Inn to become guards. At that time, I thought that since Hong Shuwen could temporarily participate in the military affairs of Whisk Club, he must be quite capable. If he was to deal with Chu Ruo, he would have a better chance than the third-class Eagle Guard. "Run, Shanyu!" A cold voice came through the curtain. "Let's go!" Song Gu felt as if he was struck by lightning. He pressed his hands on the ground. Although he deliberately suppressed his tone, it was still difficult to conceal his sadness. "Your Highness!" This time, Songgu did not deliberately slack off. Su Yanbing did not care about a peregrine falcon raised by the second room of Whisk Club. He just drove the carriage forward. Hong Shuwen pulled the reins with both hands and sat high on the horse's back. His body leaned back lazily, and he turned his head to glance at Song Gu coldly. Chapter 9:17. As dusk approached, the dark green city walls of Lingzhou grew taller as the carriage approached. As they passed through the city walls, they could see that it was almost the new year. Red lanterns were hung all over the walls and were lit early. In fact, it was not only here. Many of the city's streets were filled with lanterns overnight. It was hard to imagine that this was the handiwork of the administrator, Li Gongda. It was said that the officials and odd job workers of the various yamens were complaining. They were all silently cursing him for being the administrator, yet he still had to flatter a general of Lingzhou who was besieged on all sides. However, when the people of the city went out, their faces were filled with joy. Su Fengyin had the carriage stop at a bustling crossroad. He picked a restaurant and said that everyone would be having dinner outside. The restaurant was overcrowded. The group finally managed to find 2 empty tables on the first floor. Su Fengyin had Hong Shuwen go to the counter and choose a bamboo stick engraved with the names of the dishes. As soon as they sat down, there was a commotion. Huyen Guanyin followed the sound and saw a young man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. She did not look any further. Instead, it was Su Fengyin who turned around and sat on the bench. He looked over with a smile. The skinny monkey-like man had one leg on the bench. He picked his teeth as he shouted, "If I were the heir of Bailiang and had a great general as my father, if I were to practice martial arts, I would have mastered a peerless martial art since Tide Listening Pavilion is such a large armory full of secret manuals. There are also countless masters. I would have easily mastered the top 10. If I were to lead an army, I could just casually bring a few 100,000 cavalry. I won't brag about killing all the northern barbarians in one breath. Wouldn't Bei Meng's southern dynasty and Gu Sailong Yao have long been wiped out?" Someone immediately joined in the fun and poured cold water on him. "Are you for real? I remember that there are 300,000 to 400,000 barbarian soldiers at the border of Liangmeng. They are not made of paper. Fortunately, only our Bailiang can stop them. Moreover, Bei Meng has the military god Tuoba Bodhisattva. The fall of the southern dynasty is meaningless as long as Tuoba Bodhisattva is gone. However, this guy is fierce in battle. What if he goes crazy and takes your head without regard for his life? This guy is only inferior to old Monster Wang of Wu City in the world. Isn't taking the head of a general among millions of soldiers easy?" The skinny, monkey-like man shrank his neck when he heard the name Tuoba Bodhisattva. "Then let's let Bei Meng go for now. We'll lead all the Bailiang cavalry to attack the east. It's only 2,000 to 3,000 li. Other than General Gu Jiantang on the eastern border, the 2 elite troops of Yan Qi Prince Zhao Bing and Guangling Prince Zhao Yi are far away and can't take care of them. Old Man Gu was suppressed by our great general in the past and is no match for him now. We'll directly charge into the palace and sit on the dragon throne. Who cares about Purple Beard and Blue Eyes Zhangjulu? No matter how smart he is, he's just a civil official who doesn't even dare to kill a chicken. If he dares to stand in front of me, I'll immediately give him a big slap and make him lose his sense of direction." Someone immediately followed up with a face full of anger and said sarcastically, "It's just that our prince is timid and useless. He went to the capital for nothing and didn't do anything. At the very least, you should be able to bully a few of the most popular courtesans in the capital. God knows if this grandson went to the capital and gave the officials and lords a lot of Bailiang's hard-earned money. I heard that on his way to the capital, There were dozens of boxes of gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. It's absolutely true. This little bastard who only dares to bully others in his own nest is now the general of Lingzhou. He must have been taught a lesson in the capital and wants to return to his own territory to abuse his power. The skinny monkey-like man lowered his voice slightly and said mysteriously, "Did you guys hear? Our Royal Highness was originally going to return to Beiliang with his tail between his legs. However, the general couldn't stand it anymore and personally made a trip to Beiliang. Only then did he manage to bring back 2 daughters-in-law for this disappointing son of his. It's said that they are both women from Qingzhou. For the general to have such an eldest son, he really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. If the little prince becomes the next king of Beiliang, that would be a great thing." A young man who looked like a scholar said with a heavy Zhou accent with a smile, "Choose the eldest son over the concubines. Choose the eldest son over the youngest son." An old man at the next table sighed. "That's right. The little prince reincarnated too late. Because Su Xiao only married one princess, there was no distinction between the eldest son and the concubine that was common in other noble families. In the past, everyone felt that even though his royal highness was absurd and heartless, he was still the eldest son. The second son, Su Longxiang, was also born silly. As for who would inherit the throne and who would become the king of Beiliang, there were no objections. However, the little prince led the dragon elephant heavy cavalry and broke through the border. His military achievements were outstanding. He personally led the troops and led the charge. No one disagreed with him. It was rumored that Yan Wenluan, Zhong Hangu, and the rest of the old generals were full of praise for the little prince. An undercurrent was surging. This undercurrent had no doubt converged with the storm in Lingzhou. Su Yanbing naturally ate at the same table as Su Fengnian. He did not hesitate when he ate. Ever since he was by Su Fengnian's side, he had never had a fawning expression. He did not pay attention to the noise in the restaurant. Huyan Guanyin did not like the dishes of the Central Plains. When she heard the words of the man beside her, she pricked up her ears and did her best to listen clearly. Then she carefully bent over to see if Su Fengnian was angry. However, she only saw a calm, smiling face. Su Fengnian turned around and wolfed down the food. When he was full, he glanced at Huyan Guanyin. She nodded, indicating that she had eaten enough. After paying the bill, the group walked out of the restaurant. Su Fengnian looked at the setting sun and silently walked towards the carriage. Su Yanbing sighed in his heart. Only he could understand the complicated thoughts of the young man in front of him. If there really came a day when Beiliang was broken through by the Beimang heavy cavalry, then if there were a few more Beiliang people like this in the restaurant, as the new king of Liang, Su Fengnian would feel less guilty. Chapter 9:18. Finally, they returned to the Lingzhou general's manor. When Hong Shuwen got off his horse, he loudly shouted that they were home. Then Hong Shuwen's eyes widened. A large group of small fries were sneakily hiding in the empty space on the right side of the general's manor where the stone lion was. Hong Shuwen's family was wealthy. With one glance, he could see that these people were pretending to be Jianghu heroes and had come to the general's manor to scam a living. If they weren't wearing gray mouse fur or raccoon fur, they were exceptionally new. They were all the most worthless types of fur. Among them, there were 2 people whose fur was exactly the same. It was clear that they were trying to make themselves look good, but unfortunately, they were in the same shop and had bought leather clothes that were currently being sold at a low price. Hong Shuwen moved closer and casually looked around. Among the 20 to 30 men, he did not find a single one with the demeanor of an expert. This made Hong Shuwen, who was prejudiced against Jianghu people, feel very bored. Just as he was about to turn around, His Royal Highness was already standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Hong Shuwen hurriedly took a step back without leaving a trace. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Heroes who has the strength of a 4th level, please step forward." There were 9 levels of martial artists. 4th level was a large dividing line. To be able to reach the 4th level, one could be considered an expert in a province. In a county, one could practically do whatever they wanted. In a small place where martial arts were not strong, one could establish a sect. Not to mention becoming rich. At the very least, one could become a tyrant. Hong Shuwen made a sound of surprise. He originally thought that it would be lucky if there were 2 or 3 4th-level experts among this group of half-baked heroes. He did not expect that there would be 14 or 15 people walking out at once. Su Fengnian saw a man whose eyes were wandering. He threw a look at Hong Shuwen, who was next to him. Hong Shuwen took a few steps forward. His murderous aura was immediately awe-inspiring. He leaped up, pressed his hands on the hilts of the 2 Bailiang sabers at his waist, and slammed his knee into the man's chest. The man who was caught off guard was about to receive a heavy blow when a skinny old man who had not stepped forward slid a few steps forward. The soles of his shoes were less than an inch off the ground. He pushed away the man who wanted to make up the numbers with one hand and put his other hand on Hong Shuwen's knee and pressed it down. Hong Shuwen, who was falling down, sneered. The saber in his right hand suddenly slid out of its scabbard. The light was so dazzling that many of the onlookers subconsciously squinted their eyes. Unfortunately, most of them could not see the saber of this young retainer from the general's residence. They could only vaguely see the shabby old man bending sideways, clenching his fists, and punching towards the chest of Hong Shuwen, who had not yet landed on the ground. The old man's fists whistled like a gust of wind. Hong Shuwen raised his arm to block and slid back 5 or 6 steps on the ground. He stabbed the saber in his right hand into the ground and forcibly stopped himself. Shaking his left wrist, Hong Shuwen turned his head to look at His Royal Highness with a smile. His eyes were asking if he could use his full strength. Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. Other than this old gentleman, who else is a 3rd-level expert? Step forward openly. Bailiang said that I like to kidnap women. Since none of you are as pretty as flowers and jade, there is no need to worry. A few 4th-level experts in their prime grinned. His Royal Highness was a straightforward person. Some of the men who had tried to bluff their way through also took a few steps back. Other than the old man from the Yang family from Lietsong County, who was proficient in long fists and cannons, there were 2 other tall and sturdy men who were skilled in external martial arts. They stepped forward and announced themselves. Su Fengnian nodded with a smile in his eyes. Then he gently raised his chin and called out to the crowd behind him, "Brother, you clearly have the strength of a 2nd-level expert. Since you are already here, why are you not willing to show yourself? Could it be that you want me to open the door for you before you are willing to come in?" The crowd parted. Only then did the crowd notice a middle-aged man in ragged clothes. He was crouched against the wall and reeked of alcohol. There were several wine gourds of different sizes scattered around his feet. When he raised his head, the scars on his face made him look like a ghost. This ugly man seemed to have damaged his throat from years of drinking too much. He hoarsely said, "May I ask if your highness has truly entered northern Mang alone, carried 2 heads, and retreated unscathed?" Su Fengnian smiled. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and then they heard a loud explosion. After the dust rose up, they saw His Royal Highness standing at the foot of the collapsed wall and clapping his hands. The drunkard who was pushed into the wall by His Royal Highness sat on the ground with a calm expression. Many people found it strange that the Crown Prince was so polite to everyone except for this rank 2 master, who should have been worshipped highly. to be so merciless. There were some Jianghu people with bad eyesight who felt that His Highness hired someone to act. If not, if that drunkard was really at Master Realm, why would he be forced back into the wall so easily? The few grade 3 experts saw through the rough situation and were shocked to the extreme. Su Fengnian turned around and smiled at everyone. Everyone is a guest. No matter if you want to enter or not, everyone will be given 300 silver. He then instructed the 3 white horse followers, Tianguan, Yenru, the 2 of you go and collect the silver from the steward. Then, have the steward help the brothers who have entered the residence find a place to stay. Shu Wen, later on, take the righteous men to find the best restaurant in the city for a meal. If you spend too little money, I will not forgive you. The men who weren't able to enter the Lingzhou general's manor looked at the people who entered and were filled with envy. Su Fengnian wasn't in a rush to leave. He just stood on the streets and chatted with these people who weren't even grade 4. He asked them where they were from, what sect they were from, and whether or not they were planning to join the army. Regardless of whether these people had slandered Su Fengnian in private in the past when His Highness was standing in front of them, they all felt uneasy. Those who were lucky enough to speak 2 or 3 sentences in front of them almost blushed. They were extremely flattered. The gray-haired young man in front of them was the future local emperor of Northern Liang. He had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his hands. When he talked about it with his family members, especially his brothers in the underworld, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Some people couldn't help but be confused. They all said that His Royal Highness was not just tyrannical in Beiliang. In reality, he was tyrannical everywhere. For example, on the Guangling River, he relied on the old sword god to fight against the thousands of cavalry of Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi, such a high and mighty figure. Why did they feel that he did not put on any airs when chatting with them? On the contrary, he was unbelievably amiable and approachable. If they did not think about his illustrious identity and his outstanding appearance, just based on his attire and manner of speech, it seemed that he was not much different from a well-off scholar from a small county. A group of carriages and horses that could be said to be extravagant rushed towards the Lingzhou general's manor. This made the gatekeeper of the administrator's manor, who was already prepared to welcome important guests, feel a bit depressed. Coincidentally, someone lifted the curtain and looked toward the Li manor. The gatekeeper looked over and shivered. He slapped his head and quickly ran toward the back of the manor. Damn, the mortal enemy that had fought with his master for half his life in Huangnam County had actually appeared in the capital of Lingzhou. In the past, when the officials of the 6th rank and above in the 7 counties of Lingzhou needed to rush to the administrator's manor to discuss important matters, the person sitting in the carriage would always use illness as an excuse to not come out. Su Fengnian heard the unusually loud sound of horse hoofs and turned his head. Seeing the 3 carriages in a row, he understood. In the end, he told the good men of the Jianghu who were not able to become retainers of the Lingzhou general's manor. The general idea was that there were 2 paths they could take. One was to join the army. As long as they passed the test, it would be easy for them to become a squad leader. The other path was even easier. The various yamens of Lingzhou were in urgent need of a large number of Jianghu men with great martial arts. They would come out of the mountains to temporarily take up a position that was not considered to be an official. It was similar to the military and penal departments that were directly under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate. It could be considered getting rid of evil and bringing peace to the people. In the future, as long as they had some achievements and showed real merit, the Lingzhou government would definitely give them priority in promoting them. When everyone heard that it was only the Lingzhou government that wanted them and not going to the border to fight for their lives, they felt relieved. Many of the men who were passionate about fame all had smiles on their faces. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. After Su Fengnian calmly finished talking about the important matters, he smiled and told them to eat and drink well. Furthermore, if they really became part of the Lingzhou government in the future, they were welcome to be guests in the general's manor. Su Fengnian turned around and slowly walked towards the 3 carriages. After the owners of the carriages walked down, they all walked faster. When they were 5 steps away, the 3 scholars of different ages knelt down at the same time. Huangnam County's Wang Shihua greets His Royal Highness. Huangnam County's Wang Zhenlu greets His Royal Highness. Huangnam County's Wang Lifting greets His Royal Highness. Chapter 919. The 3 of them were the current masters of Huangnam County's water classics, Wang Clan, Spiritual Su of Gojoseon Clan, and Zijin Wang Clan. Wang Shihua was Wang Yunshu's father, the current merit officer of Huangnam County. He had an elegant temperament and had the style of an ancient sage. The water classics, Wang Clan, was famous for having a rich collection of books. The famous scholars in the clan were especially good at exegesis and annotations. The Imperial College's new left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, was determined to turn the family's learning into national studies. When he was young, he concealed his identity and became a private tutor of the water classics Wang Clan. It was so that he could be close to them and read books. Later on, Yao Baifeng's reputation rose, and everyone knew that he was knowledgeable. He became more determined with age and was regarded as the master of the northern literary world. Together with the 2 masters of the Song clan, he often borrowed books from the old master of the Wang clan. The gray-haired Wang, Zhenlu, came from the spiritual Su of Gojoseon clan. There was a great Shinran who ascended on a crane. The Wang clan of Zijin's history was not as good as the other 3 princes of Huang and Nan. However, due to the fact that 3 princes of Zijin had appeared in the previous dynasty, there was a scene where 3 generations of the Wang clan of Zijin sat in the same court. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. In the current era, the Wang clan of Zijin did not attract much attention. The current Wang clan head, Wang Lifting, was not only young, she was only 3 years old. She was also famous for being unorthodox. The outside world did not know how such a disreputable young man, who was as famous as Wang Yunshu, could suddenly become the head of the Wang clan of Zijin. Su Fengnian was not arrogant enough to make the 3 masters kneel on the street for a long time. He let them get up and brought them into the residence. They agreed to rest for a night and talk about the details tomorrow. In the Li mansion, the administrator, Li Gongda, was tending to a hollyhock in the garden. When he heard the steward say that Wang Shihua had gone to the general's mansion to see the crown prince, along with the old and frail Wang Zhenlu and the immature Wang Luding, Li Gongda's face darkened. He sneered and said, "Old he, don't you think some people are strange? You give them 1 copper coin every day, and when you don't give them any more, they will jump and curse. You slap them every day, and when you stop, they will be grateful. Others say that Huangnam County has produced 4 princes, and that it is a blessed land with good feng shui. However, in my opinion, this Huangnam County is a place full of white-eyed wolves. They only remember the beatings and not the good. I have only been gone for a year, and they have already begun to forget favors. If I did not pave the way and build bridges for them back then, how would they be where they are today? Let's not talk about the other 3 families. Let's talk about the Wang clan of Longyi. It is true that I have used them to achieve a meteoric rise, but what I have returned to Longyi over the years is more than what they gave me back then. Father-in-law waited until I became the governor of Fengzhou before he was willing to eat his first New Year's Eve dinner with me, a son-in-law from a humble family. Now he is begging to bring his family to this residence so that 5 generations can live under the same roof. The steward surnamed, he was scared into silence by the master's words. In the past, he had been a servant of the Wang clan. Later, because Li Gongda had not yet achieved meteoric success, he was the only small steward who had invited the son-in-law of the Wang clan to drink. Even steward, he himself could not believe that Li Gongda would reach the position he had today. Back in Huangnam County, Li Gongda was not accomplished in literature or martial arts. He was looked down upon by countless people. To put it bluntly, even the female servants and coachmen did not look him in the eye. The reason why steward he had taken the initiative to invite Li Gongda to drink wine was because he had received an unexpected reward. After searching through the entire Wang clan, he felt that only Li Gongda was suitable for him to brag about and also be able to invite him. Later on, when one person achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rose to the heavens. Steward, he became one of the earliest elders of the Li clan. At first, he purely thought that the master would take revenge for the smallest grievance and repay the kindness of a drop of water. Later on, he realized that it was not that simple. The master wanted the Wang clan members who had looked down on him in the past to regret their actions. In reality, the master did not view him, Chang, in a new light. Li Gongda had sent people to expose and impeach Song Yan regarding the matter of the obscene sacrifice. Li Fuzhen had personally gone to the Huangnam County governor's manor. He wanted his daughter to be honest with Song Yan on his behalf in order to maintain their relationship. Li Gongda originally believed that Song Yan would understand his good intentions. Of course, he also had the intention of knocking Song Yan down. If Wang Shihua became the Huangnam County governor, Li Gongda, who was about to lose the Lingzhou provincial governor, did not want to implicate the Li clan's backyard in Huangnam County. However, his daughter did not have much experience in politics, but Li Gongda predicted that she would definitely bring Guo Fufeng along to Huangnam County to meet Song Yan and Song Huangmei. With him personally negotiating, it was better than his muddle-headed daughter doing bad things out of good intentions. Also, Li Gongda already knew that many of his students, who were familiar with the dog hole, had begun to flirt with Guo Fufeng. This young man looked shrewd, but he was actually impatient. Li Gongda also wanted Song Yan to give him the cold shoulder, so that Guo Fufeng would know that if he truly wanted to enter the Li clan's circle, he would not be able to put in enough effort. The hearts of parents in the world were really pitiful. It was because before children became parents, it was very difficult for them to understand this painstaking effort, which was why they were pitiful. An outer courtyard manager hurriedly ran over with a weird expression on his face. "Master, the young miss has returned." Li Gongda thought about it for a while before impatiently saying, "Let that person in." The manager lowered his head, his face filled with joy. Unexpectedly, Li Gongda laughed. "Jia Gue, that young man gave you a few dozen taels of silver?" Jia Gue immediately took out a silver note from his sleeve and bowed as he ran over to the administrator. He did not waste any time and honestly said, 50 taels. Li Gongda waved his hand and glanced at the note. His face was helpless as he muttered to himself, "This silly girl, using the silver that father gave you to fool him." Li Gongda's eyes narrowed as he slowly placed the note into his sleeve. "Surnamed Gua, you dare to accept this note? Aren't you afraid it will burn your hands?" One of the managers of the inner courtyard, Chang, took the initiative to leave. Li Gongda, who was alone, continued to deal with the hollyhock that was as tall as a person. He stretched out 2 fingers and broke off branches and leaves, sometimes nodding and sometimes shaking his head. After the general's mansion housed the first batch of Jianghu people to follow the dragon, the 3 Wang family heads from Huangnam County stayed. Finally, there was some life. Su Fengnian sat in the study, using the afterglow to appreciate a precious calligraphy and painting with dense inscriptions. Huyen Guanyin tiptoed into the study, holding the pot of phoenix spirit that was criticized as a chrysanthemum made with both hands and placing it on the window. With the light blocked, Su Fengnian did not raise his head and waved at her. The calligraphy and painting on the table were the original works of the former Bailiang tycoon, Yao Baifeng. Yao Baifeng had been out of power for a long time and had only been in the court for a short time. It was not that Su Xiao did not think of asking him to come out of retirement, but Yao Baifeng had always ignored him. Su Fengnian touched the calligraphy and painting with his fingers and sighed softly. What did it mean to win the hearts of the people, to rule the world? That was all fake. The real thing was to win the hearts of the people, to rule the country. Su Fengnian raised his head and saw the back view of Huyan Guanyin. She stood by the window in a daze. The yellowish afterglow scattered, making her look like a flying angel in the painting. Su Fengnian was well aware that she was his bait. There were also a few qi cultivators in Bailiang. They must have noticed that she was not ordinary. The reason why Su Xiao hid her here was partly because she was a rare commodity worth hoarding. More importantly, he wanted to let her carry the fate energy and transfer it all to Su Fengnian, who had no fate energy. Fate energy and fate energy seemed illusory and illusory, but it was actually very simple. For example, the so-called husband and wife look alike in the world. That was the result of a married couple living together day and night and complementing each other's fate energy. Huyan Guanyin was often listless, other than the surface feeling that she was not acclimatized to the environment. The root of it was because her abundant fate energy was stolen by Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian kept the scroll and mocked himself. It's hard to guard against a thief in the family. As for those Jianghu people who took the initiative to rely on the Lingzhou general's manor, whether or not there were loyalist spies outside of northern Liang, Su Fengnian had plenty of methods to expose their identities and make them wish they were dead. Huyan Guanyin exclaimed. Su Fengnian raised his arm to stop a messenger falcon. The contents of the secret letter caused Su Fengnian's pupils to suddenly contract. The Lu family in Qingzhou had encountered an assassination attempt, just to protect Lu Qingyan, 4 of the first-class falcons of the Fushui Society had died. The Taming Cloudin, which had been in charge of setting up the situation in Qingzhou, had suffered even greater losses. Almost all of its elites had died. Obviously, Li Yang and Bei Meng did not want to see the Lu family in Qingzhou and the Su family become in-laws and then take root in Bailiang. As long as Lu Qingyan, who had the potential to become the consort of the king of Bailiang, died, the Lu family would completely give up on the idea of changing owners. As for which party was willing to sacrifice everything to prevent the Lu family from dying, the secret letter only said that it was unclear. Su Fengnian lit a thick red candle and burned the secret letter inch by inch to ashes. A breeze blew through the window. The candlelight flickered and scattered the ashes. Huyan Guanyin saw that the letter had long been burned, but he still maintained his attentive posture of 2 fingers close to the candle flame. Su Fengnian flicked his fingers and walked to Huyan Guanyin's side. His eyes were obscure and difficult to understand. He gently looked at a raised eave of the administrator's residence. Huyan Guanyin heard him say to himself, "Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning." Chapter 9:20. The 3 family heads of Huangnan County stayed in the Lingzhou general's manor. They were not far from each other. Other than their trusted retainers, the 3 of them did not bring anyone else into this brand new official residence with a horizontal board. His Royal Highness allowed them to rest for a night, which made Wang Shihua's heart tighten. This was clearly to give the 3 families enough time to communicate. Wang Gongchao, Ling Su of Gozhouzian Zenolf, and Zijin Wang of Ting all rushed from their families to Lingzhou City at dawn. Apart from a careless lunch midway, they roughly communicated. Although they agreed to take care of each other, they were still wary of each other in their hearts. It was very difficult for them to advance and retreat together. When it came to the ups and downs of a large family, no matter how good their relationship was in the past, they had to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Wang Shihua, who was praised by Yao Baifeng as having the talent of 3 provincial governors, ate a dinner that could not be considered sumptuous. He was not in a hurry to agree to Wang Zhenl's appointment. Instead, he went out for a walk alone. Not long after he went out, he saw the junior Wang Wolfting, who was also leisurely strolling. Wang Shihua was a little touched. To be able to keep his composure, the younger generation would surpass him in time. The two of them nodded and smiled as they brushed past each other. Wang Shihua walked along a corridor beside the water with his hands behind his back. The water flowed towards Jinu Lake. Within Lingzhou City, there were not many residences that had the ability to draw water from the lake into their own courtyards. The administrator's manor next door was naturally one of them. Wang Shihua had an idea and turned into a small path close to the wall. Through the hole in the wall, he could see the inside of the Li Manor. Wang Shihua suddenly stopped. Coincidentally, on the other side of the wall, there was an official that he could not be more familiar with who was also approaching. After looking at each other, Wang Shihua, who had his hands behind his back, smiled. "Lord Li, why are you so free and elegant? I heard that Lord Li has found a son-in-law who is outstanding in terms of knowledge, character, and background. Congratulations, congratulations." He only addressed Li Gongda as Lord Li, but did not refer to himself as a lowly official or a lowly official. It was enough to show the arrogance of Huangnam County's merit officer, Wang Shihua. Li Gongda patted his sleeves and replied with a smile, "This official doesn't need to rely on some son-in-law for retirement. In any case, I have a son who can be considered to be quite promising. He's able to earn military merits on the border without being involved. Wang Gongchao, you should take it easy." Wang Shihua nodded and said, "There are many great men on the border. Young Master Li is both in the battlefield and in love, so naturally people can't help but be envious. That son of mine has no ability and only knows how to hook up with girls from the brothels. He doesn't have such good fortune." Everyone in Bailiang knew that the administrator's son, Li Hanlin, used to be popular with both men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would be intimately accompanied by a handsome young man. Although the prodigal son had turned over a new leaf and no one doubted the authenticity of the crossbowman's military merits, the evil young master Li had committed too many heinous crimes. Tonight, he was mocked by Wang Shihua. Li Gongda did not refute and bent down. Wang Shihua was wondering why the administrator would admit defeat this time. He did not expect that after Li Gongda stood up, he would directly throw a handful of soil at Wang Shihua's face. It didn't hurt, but Wang Gongchao, who had always been regarded as the cultured sect master of Lingzhou, had never been humiliated like this before. For a moment, he did not know how to react and was stunned on the spot. Li Gongda laughed and said, King Wang Shihua, you're the best at putting on an act. I've wanted to beat you for a long time. There are no outsiders today. Only you and I are enemies. His Royal Highness, why are you here?" Hearing this, Wang Shihua unconsciously turned his head. In the end, there was no one around. Where did His Royal Highness come from? When he turned his head again, Li Gongda threw another handful of soil at his face. Wang Shihua was unable to restrain his anger. He pointed a finger and scolded angrily, "Li Gongda, the 3 immortals of virtue and speech. As an important official on the battlefield, ask yourself honestly, is there any one of them? You've really tarnished the word merit and virtue. You're a cautious and fierce person. Do you really think you can die of old age?" Li Gongda carelessly rubbed his nose and then pointed a finger at the top of his head. He said disdainfully, everyone respectfully calls you Third Governor Wang. 3 governors. Isn't that the size of the official hat on my head? Don't talk big in front of me. Just tell me who's the highest official today, and who's the one who made you not take a single step forward all these years and obediently become a county's merit officer. Wang Shihua sneered and said, talking to you about passing on the torch, talking to you about the seeds of learning, is simply playing the lute to a cow. Li Gongda chuckled and said in a low voice, we're like chickens talking to ducks. In the end, we're still the same kind of people. Let's not laugh at each other. Wait until you become the second Yao by phone one day. Then you'll have the qualifications to talk to me about learning and merit. Wang Shihua flew into a rage and said, Li Gongda, who's the same kind of person as you? Li Gongda raised his hand. Wang Shihua, who had suffered twice, immediately dodged. Only then did he realize that there was no soil in the administrator's hand. Li Gongda said that playing with Wang Shihua was as easy as playing with a monkey, and left. Logically speaking, Li Gongda, who had returned with a great victory, should be proud of himself. However, Li Gongda, who was flushed with success in Bailiang, did not have the expected jubilation. Instead, his face was as gloomy as water. Wang Shihua's expression was uncertain at first. However, when Li Gongda's figure disappeared into the distance, the corner of Wang Gongcao's mouth quietly curled up. There was no longer any trace of anger. He said softly, Li Gongchao, let's see how long you can run rampant. Su Fengnian received the second secret letter of the day. It came from an old turtle in Lingzhou. Even Su Fengnian did not expect it to be a level 4 Jianghu hero who had entered the Lingzhou general's mansion. It turned out that before everyone gathered at the door, the Lingzhou peregrine falcon had obtained the background of most of the people. Some were rough, some were detailed. The only thing missing was the drunkard who had appeared out of nowhere. It was probably because the foreign spy also felt that swaggering into the mansion was too suicidal. No one in the secret letter was suspected of being a spy. Most of them were Jianghu people who had criminal records in the government. This was not strange. In Jianghu, it was impossible to become famous without killing or being killed. Su Fengnian was carefully reading the secret letter in the study. The turtle nicknamed Yama's Knife was kneeling on the cold floor. He did not move at all. Su Fengnian put down the secret letter and closed his eyes. After a long silence, he opened his eyes and said to the person, You don't have to worry about the drunkard. However, have Chu Lushan immediately investigate the level 4 Lu Bozong and the level 3 Sun Chun. The backgrounds of these 2 people are too clean and too detailed. From birth to practicing martial arts to becoming famous, it seems that there are traces that can be traced. However, the more it is like this, the more uneasy it is. Of the 2 people, Sun Chun looks older. However, he is only 29 years old. Lu Bozong is 32 years old. They are the 2 youngest. Although I am not a spy, I know that as long as you are willing to put in the effort, it is easy to get an identity before the age of 15. Then you can train them carefully for more than 10 years. It is almost impossible to leave behind any traces. I even suspect that there is a problem with their family. I will have to trouble you peregrine falcons to put in more effort. The man was terrified. His back was drenched in sweat. He said respectfully, Protecting your highness is the most important duty of the peregrine falcons. It is not troublesome at all. The man would undoubtedly respect the special identity of this young Lingzhou general, but he was even more afraid that he could directly call out the name of the head behind the peregrine falcons. Chu Lushan's fearsome abilities were all rumors. If one was not a peregrine falcon, they would not understand the terrifying abilities of the head of the Chu Lushan family. Su Fengnian walked around the desk to the man. He bent down to help him up. He laughed softly. Bailiang has many civil and military officials. Compared to you, it is also 100 less. Without you, Bailiang will be even more unstable. Help me pass a message to Chu Lushan. This year, tell him to reward all the peregrine falcons. He does not need to pay for this. Take it out from Mount Qing Liang. If anyone wants secret manuals or similar things, they can boldly ask. The Wang Fu will try to satisfy them. In my opinion, there is nothing in the world that is more valuable than life. Since you have pawned your lives to the Su family, then the Su family has no reason to treat you badly. Chapter 9:21. After the man stood up, his eyes turned red. He hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head, feeling a little shy. He gathered his courage and said, I'm from Jinzhou, only 300 li away from the general's and your highness's hometown. However, I left Liaodong 6 or 7 years later than the general. I once mingled in another army, but I committed a crime and had no choice but to follow the general. All these years, I've been working for General Chu, and I haven't made any contributions. It's all hard work that anyone can do. A few years ago, I married a wife and gave birth to a few little girls. At the beginning of autumn, I finally had a boy with a handle. My family doesn't lack money, so I'd like to ask Your Highness to name my boy when you're free. If Your Highness is too busy, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Su Fengnian said softly, there are many things to pay attention to when choosing a name. If it's not chosen well, it will affect one's future luck. I believe in this very much, so I don't dare to name your son. The man didn't have much hope, so he wasn't disappointed. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, but Su Xiao doesn't believe in this. When I go to Liangzhou, I'll ask Su Xiao to name your son. If it's not chosen well, or if it's unpleasant, you can use it as a nickname. The man was about to kneel again, but Su Fengnian grabbed his arm and said helplessly, all right, even if you kneel a few more times, I can't ask for a few more names for your son. Besides, your son doesn't need them. Names aren't money, so the more the better. The man smiled shyly. He no longer had his original shrewdness and caution, but rather a sincere and honest look. After you leave, send a message to Su Beiji in Longqing County and ask him to come to the general's mansion. After saying this, Su Fengnian walked to the window. The man, who was full of joy, didn't disturb His Royal Highness's thoughts and silently left the study. Su Fengnian gazed at the pot of impatiens balsamine that Huyen Guanyin had sacrificed to bring over. The strength of Liang lay in the fact that after the unification of the Central Plains, the Grand Preceptor's son Shiji, as the head of the civil officials, led a large group of old remnants of West Shu to pledge their allegiance to Liang. The dust had completely settled on the dust of the struggle for orthodoxy in the world. As long as the imperial court was willing to use talents, there was practically an inexhaustible supply. These talents all had their own specialties. Some were focused on writing moral articles and establishing their views. Some were pragmatic and buried in their work to render meritorious service. There were also a large number of people doing dirty and tiring work. If Liang was said to be a fertile land with tens of thousands of mu and qualified to bully customers in the taverns, then Bailiang was a small piece of land. His master, Li Yishan, for so many years could be said to be a clever housewife who couldn't cook without rice. Su Fengnian used to joke in private, whether it was with Su Xiao or with his two sisters. He said that even if he could become the emperor, he would rather die than sit in the throne room. This was because he had long known how difficult it was to be in charge of a region. However, when he really began to personally set up the plan, he felt that even if he was the crown prince of Bailiang, if he wanted to do anything, he was still trapped in a square cage. The slightest movement would cause him to run into a wall. This cage was something painstakingly built by the people of each dynasty. Su Fengnian returned to the writing desk and picked up the brush to write down the loosely structured 3 words, "Only tell corpses." Then he added a side note next to the word, "Only tell corpses," completing the word, "weave." Putting down the brush, Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and walked out of the study. He walked aimlessly through the corridors and buildings. At a small pavilion by the water, he bumped into Wang Wolfting, who was jumping around to warm himself. This fellow, along with Li Hanlin, Wang Yunshu, and a young master who committed crimes in Amei County, were known as the 4 tyrants of Lingzhou, not to mention Wang Xihua, who could not be underestimated, but compared to the lifeless Wang Xunlu, the head of the Su of Gojosian family, Su Fengnian was undoubtedly more interested in this new master of the purple gold Wang family, Wang Wolfting. Because of the hereditary succession, Beiliang was now in an unavoidable era of turmoil. A new emperor would bring in new officials. Those who should have fallen had already fallen, and those who should have risen had yet to rise. Many families were following the general trend and moving around, but the timing was different. Zhong Hanguo, who was born into a noble family, let his only son, Zhong Qingxin, take the path of a civil official in order to seek change. Wang Xihua, who was already a famous scholar, let Wang Yunshu take the path of a military general in order to seek change. However, most of these people had good fathers, so they could get twice the result with half the effort. Su Fengnian only knew that the purple gold Wang family had not produced any great talents for several generations. He originally thought that Wang Wolfting's generation would also fall into decline. He did not expect that this time he would have the courage to come to the general's mansion if he returned empty-handed. The first target to be dealt with by the administrator would definitely not be the 2 families of Wang Xihua and Wang Zhenlu, but the purple gold Wang family, whose foundation was not stable. It could be imagined that the young Wang Wolfting was shouldering a lot of pressure. Seeing His Royal Highness approaching, Wang Wolfting just turned his head and smiled, continuing to jump and jump. Su Fengnian stood beside Wang Wolfting. The latter opened his mouth and joked, "Knowing that Your Highness is a straightforward person, Wolfting will speak bluntly. This time, I followed behind my 2 elders here to ask for a reward from Your Highness. I'm really cutting off all means of retreat. If I don't get an official position when I return to Huangnam County, I will definitely be criticized by those old men behind my back. Your Highness, please do me a favor and take pity on Wang Wolfting." Su Fengnian looked at the narrow ripples that were only slightly rippled within the rules and calmly said, "First, tell me what kind of official position you want. If it's too big, I can't afford it. If it's too small, I can't take it out. If I try to fool the purple gold Wang family, I will also be drowned in the spit of those old men behind my back." Wang Wolfting laughed heartily and said, "It's not big. Beiliang's Weaving Bureau only has this kind of official position. The 2 Weaving Bureau in Gangnam-do are 4th-rank positions. Our Beiliang's Golden Thread Weaving Bureau is only 5th rank. Anyway, the old Weaver Li Shifeng has worked for 12 years. He should have retired long ago." Su Fengnian said calmly, "5th rank isn't small." Wang Wolfting was indeed thick-skinned. He stopped jumping and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. He turned his head and looked at His Royal Highness with a bright smile. "Wolfting knew that it would be difficult to get an official position, so I have the intention to buy one from Your Highness. The purple gold Wang family is willing to take out 180,000 taels of silver, all in cash. If it's not enough, the family still has some rare antiques and calligraphy rubbing, which can be converted into silver. As long as Your Highness is generous, we can probably gather another 100,000 taels of silver. There's no other way. We can't be compared to the other 3 princes of Huangnam County. Our purple gold Wang family is poor." Su Fengnian sat on a long bench and gestured at Wang Wolfting. The 2 of them sat facing each other. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I can sell you a golden thread weaving bureau for 180,000 taels of silver. However, there's an additional condition. Wang Lifting smiled and said, Your Highness, my sister is indeed famous for being virtuous. However, her beauty is only average. Furthermore, she has a matchmaker. Your Highness, please don't have this idea. Su Fengnian was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He smiled and said, Don't try to be glib with me. Let's be serious. I know that you have a good friend who comes from a poor family. He is a teacher in the purple gold Wang family. Yao Baifeng said that as long as this person is willing to take the imperial examinations and obtain scholarly honors, he will definitely become the top scorer of the Lingzhou imperial examinations, as well as the Huiyuan imperial examinations of the 8 prefectures. He might even become the Zhuangyuan imperial examinations of the 3 prefectures. This year, Lu Yuyuan of Huangnam County obtained the top 3 of the palace examinations and was bestowed with the title of Jinsher. It seems that he benefited from your friend's weaving techniques. Otherwise, he would only be able to pass the county examinations. Not to mention the palace examinations, even the metropolitan examinations would be an extravagant hope. If you can persuade this person to leave the mountain, I will let you become a golden thread weaving bureau. If you can't persuade him, then you will have to obediently return to the purple gold Wang family. Wang Lifting held his stomach and laughed loudly. Su Fengnian was indifferent. Wang Lifting stopped laughing and said with a cunning expression, Your Highness, please don't worry. This fellow has already been forcefully kidnapped by me and brought to the city. Should I call him over for your Highness now? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, There's no need to meet him. Tell him to come to Lingzhou's capital after the new year. I have an official's hat to give to him for free. Wang Lifting sighed ruefully and said, Comparisons are odious. I still have to spend my entire fortune to buy an official's position. This fellow has it all. Su Fengnian suddenly said, You are neither the son of the first wife nor the eldest son. To be able to become the head of the purple gold Wang family, it must not have been easy. Wang Lifting retracted his frivolous expression. However, he did not purposely sit upright and still. Instead, he said softly, Compared to your Highness, it is much easier. Su Fengnian laughed and said, You haven't even become an official yet, and you are already bootlicking? Wang Lifting laughed again. Let's get familiar with each other first. Since I want to live under someone else's roof, how can I not look at his face? In the future, your Highness should give Wang Lifting more opportunities to flatter you. Su Fengnian joked. Then you should first become Chu Lushan's disciple and learn from him. Wang Lifting wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Fengnian knew that he was a smart person and said directly, I know what you are thinking. Indeed, whether it is me or others, Chu Lushan's bootlicking has always been disgusting. However, there is one thing that many people don't see. Chu Lushan only treats one person this way. This is called being faithful to one person until death. Therefore, he and Administrator Li both. At this point, Su Fengnian paused for a moment and did not continue speaking. He stood up and left directly. Wang Lifting, who had been secretly tense, did not think too deeply about the strange words at the end. After all, he had obtained everything he wanted on this trip and had even exceeded his expectations. At the same time, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he could not suppress his excitement. However, when he realized the meaning behind it, he felt a chill all over his body. Could it be that the owner of the neighboring mansion would also change his name as Beiliang changed? Chapter 9:22. When Su Beiji entered the Lingzhou general's manor, it was only 3 days away from New Year's Eve. Almost as soon as he entered the official residence, He immediately followed His Royal Highness to Liangzhou. If this special honor fell into the eyes of others, it would really be Beiliang's favor. On the return journey, there were 2 carriages. Huyan Guanyin occupied one. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji squeezed into the other carriage. The 2 coachmen were respectively Su Yanbing and Hong Shuwen. There were no other personal guards or attendants. Su Beiji listened to Su Fengnian talk about the matters of Huangnam County and did not comment. Persimmon and Zhu Zi, when they interacted with each other, they seemed to be quite similar to the king of Yen and Nalin Yusi. They could be said to be the perfect example of a ruler and his subjects being compatible. The first time Su Beiji opened his mouth was to ask why he did not let Song Gu, who blocked the way, finish speaking. This was because Su Beiji was clear about the matter of Shitakian. Originally, Eagle Guard's negligence of Ren Shanyu's serious injury was not a big deal. However, when His Royal Highness saw the result with his own eyes, with Chu Lushan's gloomy nature, Song Gu's official career was definitely over. Whether or not he could keep his life was another matter. If Su Fengnian scolded and kicked him a few times and got angry, Chu Lushan could use this as an excuse to get off the donkey. He only needed to heavily reprimand Song Gu. In the end, he could still forgive Song Gu. At most, he would temporarily teach him a lesson and give face to His Royal Highness and the Eagle Guard. In the future, he would not hinder Song Gu's appointment. However, Su Fengnian did not say anything. How could Chu Lushan dare to take the initiative to minimize the matter? Su Fengnian's answer at that time was that he would never interfere in the affairs of Beiliang's spies. He could even tolerate the Peregrine Falcon and the Eagle Guard, who had turned from a colleague to a rival after the Beiliang spy agency split up. However, he would never allow the 2 to be like fire and water and take advantage of each other to hit each other when they were down. Beiliang could not afford this kind of internal friction. On this matter and all the disputes in the future, Su Fengnian would not be partial to his second sister, Su Weisheng. He would not deliberately support the Eagle Guard to suppress the Peregrine Falcon. Similarly, he would not take the initiative to side with Chu Lushan. He would not beat the paste 50 times and settle the matter with 50 strokes of the paddle. When Su Beiji heard this answer, he smiled generously. Obviously, he was quite satisfied. It was difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute. The root of the problem was that the person who held the bowl of water was not impartial. If he was not impartial this time, it would be difficult in the future. However, being impartial also had its difficulties and disadvantages. If he was not careful, he would be in a difficult position. This depended on whether Su Fengnian could persist to the end. Su Fengnian told him everything he knew. In addition to the 3 princes of Huangnam County joining hands to come to the general's residence to express their loyalty, he also mentioned that each of them wanted to be an official. The way they wanted to be an official was also very different. He also mentioned to Su Beiji that Wang Lufting had offered to spend money to buy the golden thread weaving. Hearing this, Su Beiji frowned and said, "Can this person take on a big responsibility?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I've only met him once. I only feel that Wang Lufting's conversational style is not bad and very much to my liking. As for whether or not he can take on the golden thread weaving, I still need to get a few more detailed reports on the purple gold Wang family. Then I'll bring Wang Lufting out for a walk to know whether he is a mule or a horse. However, the golden thread weaving is in Lingzhou. When the time comes, the one who will have a headache will be you, the provincial governor of Lingzhou." Su Beiji asked, "Then what about the old weaving Li Shifeng?" Su Fengnian said shamelessly, "I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you decide when the time comes?" Su Beiji glared at him. He was probably too lazy to pay attention to His Royal Highness and sank into deep thought alone. Every Tao in the world had a weaving bureau. Even the Baelyang Tao was no exception. On the surface, it was for the imperial family and officials to weave and distribute the silk produced in various places. However, in secret, it was very powerful. In the previous dynasty, the Weaving Bureau had a habit of sending secret reports to the capital every month. It could reach the emperor's desk directly. Passing this kind of information on the courier route was even more careful than normal military information. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, and the king of Huainan, Lu Ying, had been severely punished by the emperor several times because of the secret reports from the Weaving Bureau. Currently, the Liyang Imperial Court had set up the Tao level. Although the Weaving Bureau of the various regions had not raised their ranks, all the smart people in the court and in the field were well aware that other than the Jingshi sent out from the capital to impede the vassal kings, these dozen or so low-ranking Weaving Bureau officials were the most sinister and disgusting. However, Li Shifeng, the Golden Thread Weaving Bureau, which belonged to the Baelyang Tao, was nearly 70 years old and had been mediocre for many years. He had never had any interactions with the king of Baelyang, Su Shao. He neither took the initiative to flatter, nor was he too estranged. Once, there was a twice-yearly half-year discount that was inadvertently intercepted by a group of audacious horse bandits on a post-house road. Only then did people know that this chief weaving official was muddle-headed and bored enough to introduce his Royal Highness antique collection to the Emperor of Baelyang. He listed nearly 40 items and more than 600 pieces in detail. No one could understand why such a muddle-headed old man was allowed to stay in Baelyang and waste the salary of the imperial court. It was said that after the secret report was leaked, Su Shao, who was still a pillar of the country at that time, laughed heartily when he heard about it. He had people send the same amount of money as the Zhao family's salary to the Golden Thread Weaving Bureau. Over the years, Li Shifeng was not afraid of the emperor's suspicions and received the money every time. However, no matter how much outsiders ridiculed and looked down on this old man, Li Shifeng, the insiders of Baelyang, and even Li Yishan had carefully analyzed this person's official career and talent. Su Shao did not send the money to make fun of Li Shifeng's idleness. Instead, he was telling the Golden Thread Weaving Bureau, who was good at analyzing the situation in Baelyang, that he, Su Shao, had begun to have his eyes on him. Chapter 923. Su Fengnian didn't hide anything from Su Beiji. When the Yen family betrayed Baelyang and went to the capital to enjoy wealth, it was the Weaving Bureau that pulled the strings between the imperial court and the imperial court. The escape route, the disguise, and the various locations along the way were all carefully planned. However, Li Yishan had been watching from the sidelines. In this game of intrigue between Baelyang and the imperial court, Baelyang was one step ahead. In addition, Chu Lushan spared no effort in investigating. In the end, they were intercepted by Baelyang's spies. However, Su Fengnian was soft-hearted and personally pleaded for mercy for the Yen family. Only then did Su Shao let them go. Otherwise, even if Wang Xianji came to Baelyang personally to save them, she would only be able to save one or two people. Although Li Shifeng lost, it was amazing that he could still do what he did when he was surrounded by wolves and wolves in Baelyang. Su Beiji broke the silence and said, if Li Shifeng wants to spend his old age peacefully, he has to make a deal with Baelyang before he returns to the capital. However, this deal will only benefit him. Su Fengnian was silent, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. Su Beiji raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, I remember that you used to have 3 very good friends. Among them, Yan Qiji has already followed his family to the capital to become a relative of the imperial court. He has a bright future ahead of him. Kong Wuqi isn't bad either. At the end of the year, he also became a commandant of the imperial army. In the end, Only Li Hanlin is left in Bailiang. Do you really have the heart to do that? You haven't even become a vassal king, yet you plan to become a loner? Su Fengnian said calmly, no matter what the result is, even if it is the worst, I will ensure that the Li family will never have to worry about food or clothing. Li Hanlin not acknowledging me as a brother is also my own fault. Su Beiji smiled faintly and said, how pitiful. Su Fengnian kicked this fellow. Su Beiji leaned against the wall of the carriage and patted his clothes. He asked casually, that good friend of Wang Lifting, Sun Yin, was praised by Yao Baifeng as a talented bull. Yao Baifeng became the left chancellor of the Imperial College and controls the literary world. Did any spies say that Master wanted to invite Sun Yin to be the chancellor? Su Fengnian laughed and said, Zhu Zi, you're really something. If I didn't know that Yao Baifeng had secretly sent someone to invite Sun Yin and promised that as long as this fellow was willing to go to the capital and become the chancellor of the Imperial College, he would be able to participate in the court examinations next year. Yao Baifeng would have put down his precious face and personally asked the Zhao family's emperor for the top spot. If not, I wouldn't have known that there was such a person in Huangnam County. However, you can relax, but you can't. Sun Yin has already been sent to Lingzhou by Wang Lifting. I plan to let him become a 6th rank official with real power. If you become the provincial governor of Lingzhou and are overshadowed by this person, be careful that I don't let him replace your position in a fit of anger. Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengnian and didn't say anything. Su Fengnian smiled. Don't worry. I like the new and not the old. No matter how capable Sun Yin is, Zhu Zi, you're still my old love. My favor won't decrease. Su Beiji laughed coldly. Stop the car quickly. Let me go out and vomit. Su Fengnian looked hurt. You don't understand. I saved all the good stuff for you first. I picked up a heavenly blue gall bottle from the Dongyue Imperial Kiln at the Peach Cheeks restaurant. There's no other bottle like it in the world. You really don't want it? Then I'll give it to Qin Shiliang. That fellow is more sensible than you. Su Beiji closed his eyes to rest and said calmly, hurry up. At noon on New Year's Eve, His Royal Highness was finally seen on Mount Qingliang, which was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Su Fengnian arranged for Huyen Guanyin to stay in a quiet courtyard. He didn't plan on letting her meet up with the girls from Wutong'an. Su Xiao accompanied them along the way. He didn't say much and was just happy. His younger brother, Huang Manor, had grown a few centimeters taller. There was a hint of anger between his eyebrows. When he wasn't smiling, he was abnormally heroic and exuberant. However, when he smiled foolishly with his father, this instantly broke down. Fortunately, he no longer drooled, but this still left Su Fengnian speechless. When they went to see second sister, the family of four finally reunited. Su Weisheng, who controlled half of Bailiang's spies, was now living in Wutong'an so that he could handle confidential affairs. In Wutong'an, apart from the two senior maids, Sweet Potato and Bluebird, who didn't participate, the other two maids had all become Bailiang's female Hanlin. They read and sifted through military intelligence and spy reports and had the right to approve them. Those in the know called them Vermilion's maids. This was especially true for Lu Yi, who was second only to Su Weisheng in the 19 Ways. It was as if she was born to be good at scheming and planning and had become the second in command of Wutong'an. The second Junju, who demanded perfection, reprimanded almost all of the maids, but she relied heavily on Lu Yi. The three men of the Su family entered the room in Wutong'an. Su Weisheng sat in a wheelchair behind a low desk that was specially made for her. She raised her head and glanced at the three of them. She then lowered her head and casually pulled out a copy from a large stack of secret reports that had already been approved. She inspected the Vermilion's maids in the neighboring rooms to see if they had made any mistakes. Su Fengnian jogged over and saw that the ink on the ancient inkstone on the table was a little dry. He immediately squatted down beside the wheelchair and turned his head to flatter her. "Sister, I'll grind the ink for you." Su Weisheng didn't even turn her head to look at him. She smiled insincerely and said, "How could I let the Lingzhou general do this for me?" Su Fengnian played dumb and said, Of course, of course." Su Weisheng didn't continue to make sarcastic remarks about His Royal Highness. She allowed him to roll his sleeves and grind the ink while she focused on reading the detailed Vermilion's handwriting on the various court reports and Bailiang's own spy reports. Su Xiao smiled knowingly. Su Longxiang sat down on the doorstep and held his chin in a daze. Su Weisheng probably couldn't stand Su Fengnian being in the way. She didn't even raise her head and said, "Didn't you see that we haven't put up the spring festival couplets and peach talismans?" Su Fengnian slapped his head and said in realization, "I'll go write the couplets right now. Let's put them up together later." Su Weisheng didn't make a sound. Su Fengnian went to the empty desk next door and began writing rapidly. It still took him an hour to finish writing the 100 spring festival couplets that the prince's estate needed. Every time he finished writing one, Su Xiao and Su Longxiang would gently dry them. Then they would call Su Weisheng. She still had work to do and told him not to wait for her. Su Fengnian and Huang Manor could only each carry 50 or so spring festival couplets. Su Xiao was responsible for carrying a box of slightly lighter couplets. They began to put up couplets from top to bottom on Mount Qingliang. When they reached the main gate, they found Su Weisheng sitting in a wheelchair, quietly waiting outside the gate. Su Fengnian smiled and asked Su Xiao to see if the couplets were crooked. He and Su Longxiang put up especially wide and large spring festival couplets. The two brothers finished putting up the couplets at the same time. When they turned around, they saw Su Xiao smiling from ear to ear. Second sister also had a smile that she hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 9:24. After pasting the spring festival couplets on the main gate, Su Weisheng returned to Wutangen, leaving the three masters to wander around the prince's manor. Su Fengnian and Su Xiao talked about the affairs of Lingzhou in bits and pieces. Su Xiao occasionally talked about some interesting news that had recently happened in the imperial court. For example, Gu Jiantang's son-in-law went on a killing spree in Jizhou. Now, the imperial censors and civil officials were too lazy to scold him. Su Xiao. They turned their heads and scolded General Gu, who had lost his position as Minister of War. In any case, Gu Jiantang was no longer in the capital. The originally aggressive Gu hut in the Ministry of War was like a group of dragons without a leader. Outside of the censorate and the Ministry of War, the other 5 departments were all jumping around vigorously. This made the members of the Gu faction in the imperial court dejected and very tired of dealing with them. This year was not going to be easy. There was also the Imperial College's left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, teaching the second-in-command, Jean Lanting, a harsh lesson. This even alarmed the emperor, who personally went to the Imperial College to be a peacemaker. Only then did he barely manage to settle the matter. The situation within the Imperial College was well known to everyone. The townspeople had formed their own associations, and most of them were advocating for Jean Sanlang. This was also why Yao Baifeng would say that the gentlemen of today liked to have friends. Su Xiao also said that the Crown Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, was not a well-behaved person. Leading thousands of elite riders all the way up north, he did not look like he was going to pacify the situation. He was clearly busy showing off his strength. The few provinces he passed by were all in turmoil. Before he even reached Guangling Road, where Zhao Yi was, he had already caused all the officials along the way to complain incessantly. Memorials complaining and impeaching flew into the imperial palace like snowflakes. The three of them walked to the side of Tide Hark Lake. Su Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He said he was going to listen to Wang Chudong's storytelling and missed the time. That girl put on airs and was not willing to chat with an old man like him. Su Xiao hurriedly jogged over. Seeing this, Su Fengyan was dumbfounded. It looked like Wang Dongxiang, who was second in the Yanji Academy, was indeed formidable. Even Su Xiao, who was most afraid of dealing with books, was subdued. Previously, a letter from home had been sent to Lingzhou. Su Xiao had said that Wang Chudong was very witty and clever. She was not afraid of an old brute like him at all. She gave him a lesson the moment they met. Acting like an elder, she told him, the illiterate king of Bailiang, that reading was actually very interesting and not boring at all. She told Su Xiao to read official history. Winners were kings and losers were bandits, so it was better to read unofficial history. Reading about scholars and beauties was the same. No matter how many twists and turns there were, they would eventually grow old together. In reality, it could not compare to reading classics. It was like seeing an old gentleman sitting upright from start to finish. You would feel that he had been rigid for too long, but one day you would feel that he had his own adorable aspects. Other than that, Wang Chudong also said that reading military books and poetry books was different. Su Fengyan felt great admiration. This girl was really daring to teach Su Xiao how to read. It had to be said that neither Li Yishan nor Zhao Chongling had been able to get Su Xiao to read more books in the past. Su Fengyan looked up at Tide Listening Pavilion. Chen Shiliang should be in the side room on the top floor right now. Everyone in the Wang Fu said that this young man was increasingly similar to that state scholar who had died without a grave. Su Fengyan looked away and saw Su Juzi sitting alone in the pavilion, throwing a large amount of bait into the lake. The koi fish rolled in a grand scene. Su Fengyan squatted at the edge of Tide Listening Pavilion's platform and said to Huang Man, beside him, Lu Qiu said that the section of willow whose body I tore apart did not die. He probably used an unorthodox qi cultivator's ability to cunningly escape before he died. I think that this person's identity is not as simple as a spider's web. It's fine. We will definitely have a chance to interact with him in the future. Huang Man nodded earnestly. Su Fengyan said self-deprecatingly, I'm puzzled. That section of willow was like that, but that little celestial master, who changed his name from Zhao Jingxi to Zhao Ningxin, was also difficult to deal with. He was suppressed half to death at the Spring Lake. I originally wanted to use him as a useless person to make the Taoist ancestral court unhappy. I didn't expect that when I returned to Mount Longhu, I heard that Zhao Ningxin's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds again. The young chief of Wudong, Li Yufu, killed the evil dragon at Mount Xiafei and became famous all over the world. The old celestial master, Zhao Shi, who had been in seclusion for many years, did not stay idle either. He built the Jade Emperor Tower that was as famous as the Great Yellow Court. His ascension was imminent, and countless people had already gone to Mount Longhu to worship him. Even the crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, went to Huizhou to watch the show in disguise. It's very likely that it's true, and that heartless woman from Mount Huizhou, who became the chief of Wulin, changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She said that after sending the copies of Mount Huizhou's secret manuals to Bailiang, she would draw a clear line with me. Su Fengyan turned his head and patted Huang Manor's head. He smiled gently and said, Let's not talk about these annoying things. Huang Manor, you don't have to worry about anything. Father and your brother are here. That's right, Ever since your brother seized and transported back the 4 talisman general armors from the Xiangfan reed marshes, he began to let the Mahis giants in Belyang's machine-making bureau work to restore it to the level of great Grandmaster Yi Hongting's #1 talisman armor. Last time at the Iron Gate Pass, the golden armor was also in our hands. Moreover, this time, from the killer cat outside Shenwu City, I learned some secrets from Han Jiaoxi's skull through suing. One of them was the details of how he skinned Yi Hongting. After the new year, I will go to the machine-making bureau and tell those giants the details of the process. In the future, when you put on that talisman armor and charge into enemy lines, at least you don't have to worry too much about being killed by a section of willow. Also, Huang Manor, on the Great Bull Hill, Xianyuan Jingsheng once said that you can't easily enter the Xianfinger realm. You must remember, other than helping you make the talisman armor, I'm also flipping through some obscure, secret manuals of Buddhism and Taoism in the building. That white fox face also agreed to help me find it. So you have to wait for your brother to find a shortcut that will let you smoothly become a Xianfinger expert. Before that, even if the sky falls down, you can't enter the Xianfinger realm. Do you remember? By now, Huang Mana wasn't stupid. His intuition told him that he couldn't agree, and he wasn't in the habit of lying to his brother. All he did was raise his head and nod without saying a word. The young man with polychoria moved his eyes, but didn't dare to look at his brother. Su Fengnian knocked Su Longxiang on the head with a chestnut. Nod your head for your brother. Su Longxiang turned his back to Su Fengnian, and, for the first time, didn't agree to his brother's request. Su Fengnian tugged at Huang Manor's ear for a long time, but couldn't get his Vajra realm brother to turn his head. With a sigh, he let go of his hand and stared blankly at Tide Hark Lake, which had calmed down after Su Beiji's departure. Huang Manor turned around and sat cross-legged on the ground. He reached out and gently stroked his brother's eye-catching grayish-white hair. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. There were fish in Tide Hark Lake every year, and there was an abundance of Belyang every year. Su Fengnian lay down slowly and rested the back of his head on his hand. He gazed at the clear sky and fell asleep peacefully. He had never told Su Shao that when he saw his father's silhouette on the spring god lake, even though he knew that the silhouette was getting older and hunchbacked with age, he could still see the emperor, Wang Xianji, Zhang Julu, and Yuan Bunshi from afar. Su Fengnian wasn't the least bit afraid of these fellows appearing together on the lake. He felt very at ease. Two much stronger tiger kuei scuttled out with a whoosh and ran towards Su Fengnian with all their might. In the end, Huang Manor pressed them down to the ground with one hand each. The two strange beasts were only a few feet away from Su Fengnian, yet they couldn't escape from Huang Manor's palms. Their gazes actually contained a hint of hidden bitterness. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Huang Manor, go play by yourself. Bring Bodhisattva and Vajra with you. I still need to sit here for a while and think about something." Huang Manor grinned and nodded. He dragged the two tiger kuei with him and ran far away. Huang Manor strolled around. After letting go of the tiger kuei for the first time, the pair of siblings wanted to run back to Tide Listening Pavilion to look for Su Fengnian. However, Huang Manor, who walked as fast as lightning, grabbed their tails. After suffering a few times, they could only follow behind him, sickly. He unknowingly arrived outside the walls of Wutangen. In the end, he found that his father didn't go to listen to the story of that sister-in-law. Instead, he pushed the wheelchair and took his second sister to relax. When Su Shao saw Huang Manor, he waved his hand. When the female tiger kuei called Bodhisattva saw Su Weisheng, she seemed particularly affectionate and lively. Su Shao continued the previous topic and slowly said, "In the future, you, as the older sister, have to keep an eye on the matter of Belyang's official consort. Xiaoyan knows what she's doing. Father isn't just more at ease. He's the most at ease. It's only when it comes to matters of the heart that this child easily disregards the consequences once he falls in. Wei Xiong, it's not that I'm worried about the military and politics of Beiliang being affected. I've worked so hard to build up such a large family business. If in the end my son can't even afford to squander it, then how am I supposed to be a general? How am I supposed to be the king of Beiliang after the new year? It's just that I'm very afraid that you, my younger brother, will get hurt. I'm a rough man, but I've seen many people come and go. I also know that this kind of invisible injury is more hurtful than a serious injury caused by a knife or arrow. Perhaps you won't be able to recover from it for the rest of your life. Su Weisheng grunted in acknowledgement. Chapter 925. Then there are the future concubines. To be honest, of the two women that have been temporarily decided, Wang Chudong, who is already in the Fu, and Lu Qingyan, who is in Qingzhou, father does like the little girl Wang Chudong more. However, there are different ranks of concubines. Wang Chudong can only be after Lu Qingyan. After all, the Lu family is full of talents, compared to Wang Lingquan, who relied on Chu Lushan to climb to the position of the richest man in Qingzhou. Wang Chudong is definitely more important to Beiliang in the future. Therefore, in the future, if there is a dispute between the two families, as long as it doesn't involve major issues, you have to side with the Lu family. This can be considered father's compensation to Lu Qingyan as his daughter-in-law, because father knows that Xiaoyan may not be able to open her heart to this poor woman in this lifetime. Treating each other with respect only sounds good, but for a married couple who will spend the rest of their lives together, it is actually a kind of suffering. Father has been going to Wang Chudong's place every day to listen to her stories. First, it is interesting. Second, it is an opportunity to let Beiliang know that this girl is the first daughter-in-law that Su Xiao approves of. In the future, if anyone wants to use the Wang family as a stepping stone to curry favor with the Lu family, they have to first consider whether their flattery will backfire. As for Pei Nanwei, father knows that you don't like this Princess Jing, and you don't have to go against your heart and deliberately interact with her. Just let her be. In this world, there is only the saying that the elder brother is like the father and the elder sister-in-law is like the mother. There is no such thing as the elder sister taking care of the family. The reason why father nags you about this and wants you to bear this thankless responsibility is because father is selfish. He is afraid that Xiaoyan won't have any relatives to take care of her, so you can't marry in this lifetime. Wei Xiong, if you want to resent father, father will accept it. Father is a man who values boys over girls. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. Even when I was living with your mother, even if I had to brace myself, I would still say it so bluntly. Before Jihu was born, he was beaten by your mother. After Jihu was born, he was beaten so badly that it was unbearable to look at. Your mother made father a rough man who was used to holding swords, spears, and sticks to carry the child. No matter how much father loved his daughter, he couldn't bear the fact that the child insisted on crying. Your mother was reasonable to everyone, but she was unreasonable to your father. There were several times when I had to attend a military meeting every other day. I went to the tent with a bloody nose and a swollen face, and those bastards laughed at me. There was once an old brother who made a mistake and was personally whipped by father. This guy stared at father's swollen forehead from being whipped by your mother and even fucking knelt there and laughed foolishly. Father was so angry that he whipped him 50 more times. Later, when father went to apply medicine for his sore wounds, he actually laughed at father and said that no matter how embarrassing he was not as embarrassing as me. This old brother was Chun Jibao's father. Other than his young son, he was the one who led all the Chun family's descendants to their deaths. Father was not the kind of scoundrel who could be so shameless as to give a meritorious official a death-free gold medallion while craftily fabricating a crime of treason. If we said that we would be brothers, then we would be brothers for life. It was father who owed the Chun family first. Therefore, even though he knew that Chun Jibao would not accept Xiaoyan as the new Prince of Liang, he did not care about him for more than 10 years and allowed his adopted son to cultivate trusted aides. If Chun Jibao wanted to leave Beiliang, father would not stop him. If he wanted to be both the Minister of War and the Prince of Shu, it would be up to him. Father did not wish for the day when he and Xiaoyan would fall out and become enemies to the point where they would have to meet on the battlefield. It would be best if they could not have any contact with each other. However, father knew that the group of old foxes Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang, as well as the emperor of the Zhao family, who was hiding behind the scenes, would not let such a sharp spear rust in vain, and not point the tip of the spear at Beiliang. Speaking of this, the old man, who had been in the military all his life, was somewhat sorrowful. Su Xiao smiled and turned his head to his second son, Su Longxiang, and said, "Huang Man, you will be enlightened sooner or later. You must remember that your older brother is good to you. That time when your older brother got into big trouble and father wanted to beat him, you came out to stop him. You were angry at father and looked like you wanted to fight father to the death. Father only pretended to be angry on the surface, but in fact, he was very happy. Your older brother has not been happy these years. Outsiders think that because he is Su Xiao, the eldest son of the butcher's first wife, he will definitely be in the limelight. You will only understand the bitterness of it when you are enlightened. Losing his mother and sister is nothing. In the Great War of the spring and autumn period, countless people in his family died. However, he was cursed by people for 18 generations and had to guard the gate for these heartless bastards. Perhaps one day he would have to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of his steel cavalry in exchange for peace of mind. Later, when the Central Plains changed masters, he would be cursed and scolded by the new masters in the history books. Furthermore, there would be a large group of scholars and common people who had never suffered any hardship. This is the most pitiful part of your brother. In his youth, before his Royal Highness chose to hide, the entire Beiliang Palace knew that His Highness doted on His Royal Highness from the bottom of his heart. As long as there was something fun, no matter how precious or rare it would be sent to Huang Manor before it was warmed up. However, when good things were in the hands of Huang Manor, who was astonishingly strong and did not know the severity of the situation, how could they be complete? It would only take a few moves for them to be broken. The people in the manor who cleaned up the mess had never seen His Royal Highness angry. Even when His Royal Highness began to live a dissolute life with a notorious reputation, he still did not neglect Su Longxiang. The servants were rarely whipped in the prince's mansion. Su Fengnian had gotten angry a few times because he knew that the servants were deliberately teasing the young prince. And those times, His Highness the heir apparent had personally punched and kicked the servants to death without showing the slightest mercy. Chapter 9:26. Also, Wei Xiong, I know you care a lot about Xiaoyan, but you're cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Sometimes you just have to smile at him, and he'll be very happy. A few years ago, he went to Mount Wudong to practice his saber art. You did not like him to practice martial art because you were afraid that he would delay your hereditary inheritance. He was even more afraid that you would be unhappy. Therefore, when he picked up the pebbles from the bottom of the deep pool one by one and chopped them one by one, he made more than 300 chess pieces for you. As soon as you saw him, you threw the 2 boxes of chess pieces all over the ground. After that, he personally picked them up. Some of them rolled into Tide Listening Lake, and he spent the whole night picking them up. Father and Ishan watched him in Tide Listening Pavilion for the whole night. Even Ishan, such a cold-hearted guy, ended up drinking to drown his sorrows. When you were young, didn't Xiaoyan do many things to make you happy? He clearly knew that Jihu doted on him, but he still helped you in everything. After Jihu left, do you think he felt good? Who saw him tearing his heart and lungs apart with their own eyes? Originally, with his temperament, he would have gone to Mount Wudong to pay respects to the old chief, Wang Zhonglo, in gratitude. He was afraid of Mount Wudong, afraid of that lotus peak. He was afraid that he would be a scourge, afraid that the people around him would leave because of him. Feng Yan had always given his favorite things to his sister or brother since he was young. The things he kept for himself were only things that outsiders would find valuable. Su Weisheng lowered his head, his expression unreadable. In today's world, people in high positions cherish their lives and reputation. The more they read, the smarter they become. Each one of them is so smart that they don't seem human anymore. Who would be willing to carry the coffin of an old soldier who has no relatives or friends? Who would be willing to guard the city gate for a maidservant in a foreign land with no one to rely on? Ishan is such a smart person. So why is his vision so high that even Chen Jibao doesn't think highly of him and instead thinks highly of him? Why did old Huang leave without any attachments on his trip to Martial Emperor City? Why was it that Li Chungang had clearly fought with Wang Xianji and was still willing to use the Battle of Guangling River as the closing battle of his Jianghu career? Why was it that Huanwen, who was now the second assistant, who had always spoken a few words of justice for the Bailiang, now went against his conscience and did not hesitate to tamper with the transport of grain, racking his brains to make things difficult for the Bailiang? It wasn't that Feng Yan's talent in martial arts was higher than those rare great grandmasters in Jianghu. It wasn't that Feng Yan's intelligence was so great that it was close to demonic. In fact, it was very simple. As long as he sincerely treated people as people and slowly gathered the people's hearts, he would win the overall situation. Back in the day, Dad had gone step by step from a ruffian in the marketplace to a little lieutenant who dared to fight and risk his life. Then he became a general who could easily massacre cities. In the end, he became the king of Bailiang with hundreds of thousands of cavalry. Along the way, he had stumbled and stumbled. In the eyes of many smart people who didn't think highly of Dad, he had made it this far. Dad's opponents, the later they got, the smarter and harder to deal with. But many of these smart people died without understanding why Dad had the last laugh. Dad believed that most of them could only comfort themselves before they closed their eyes that this was the will of the heavens and that Su Zhao's life was too tough. This saying was both correct and incorrect. Dad wasn't very literate, but he knew one thing. If you didn't let anyone down, many people might not understand. Or perhaps they understood but didn't care. They might even treat you like a fool, thinking that they had taken advantage of you. This didn't matter. In the end, there would still be people who would remember. Even if there weren't many people who remembered, they would all be willing to put in effort and then fight to the death. Even if it was 1 against 2, he would still be unrivaled. If he lost, it didn't matter. He could still make a comeback. There were more than 600 memorial tablets below the Tide Listening Pavilion, as well as Feng Yan's old soldiers respectfully sending him off before he entered the capital. All of this was proof. Therefore, Dad was more certain than anyone that the Bailiang in the future would be even more of a headache for Bei Meng than when it was in Dad's hands. When her father was still young, it wasn't that he didn't want to be a stable rich man. That way, he could at least give his children a peaceful life. But Chen Jibao was good at everything, except that he was too smart. Once a smart person made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake that no one could reverse. Feng Yan was also smart, but he was far better at listening to others than Chen Jibao. Now that Dad was dead, Chen Jibao wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. nor would he believe that anyone was qualified to be on equal footing with him. If one day he wanted to become emperor, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice all of the Baeliang cavalry to achieve his goal. After Li Yishan's death, Su Xiao didn't even seem to be able to deceive himself and others. At this point, the hunchbacked old man couldn't hide his weariness. He stopped talking and gently reached out to help Huang Man tidy up his collar. Finally, he said softly, "Huang Man, in the future, don't risk your life so easily. If you die and your brother survives, how sad would he be? Dad will tell you he would be even sadder than if he were alive. But you still have to do more things that can make your brother's life easier. Although your brother was reincarnated into the Su family earlier than you, so he is destined to bear the burden. In the future, in Mount Qingliang, the only man left in the Su family who can talk to him is you. No matter if it's Su Beiji or Qin Shiliang, no matter how loyal they are still not as close as family members. Huang Man, this is the first time your brother left home in a fit of anger to travel the Jianghu. His greatest wish wasn't to become a hero, but to snatch back a great beauty for you. When you went to Mount Longhu, every time you received a letter, your brother, who has a photographic memory, clearly knew that it wasn't written by you, but he still read it over and over again. Weisheng, this time when he saw you sitting in a wheelchair, you purposely didn't look at him grinding ink, but Dad saw that his hand was constantly shaking. The old man reached out and patted Su Weisheng's head, but didn't say any words of comfort. Su Longxiang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes resolute. The two tiger kuei were so frightened that they instantly fled. They paced back and forth in the distance restlessly, not daring to approach the unfamiliar black-clothed youth. The old man slowly walked back to the courtyard. The loquat tree was still green in the winter, but the old man stood alone, all alone. But the old man wasn't sad. He smiled and said, "Wife, our Su family has already been supported by Fengnian. Wait for me. I won't make you wait too long." Chapter 9:27. The Baeliang Palace was plastered with the word Fu that was deliberately pasted upside down. The New Year's Eve dinner was very simple, just dumplings. Su Fengnian and Su Longxiang dragged along Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang to cook and make dumplings together. Wang Chudong and the other girls had no place to show their talents. After the meal, Su Fengnian had two strategists chat with Su Xiao while he himself went to the deserted mausoleum. When he returned, a large group of people sat in the Wutong Inn to celebrate the new year. Everyone was happy and harmonious. The Vermilion maidservants near the house only had half a day of free time, so they went to the house one after another to read the mountain of intelligence reports. The little girl that Qin Shiliang had brought to Baeliang had already fallen asleep in his arms. Su Fengnian asked him to bring the little girl back to rest first. Qin Shiliang did not insist. Wang Chudong, who loved hibernation the most, was also sitting there and dozing off. Su Fengnian half carried and half supported her as they left the Wutong Inn. When Su Fengnian returned to the courtyard, Su Weisheng had also gone to the house to deal with important military matters. Only Su Beiji, an outsider, was left. Su Xiao, an old fellow who used to be a pillar of the country and a great general of the military, was asking the young man about the level of an official. Su Beiji was not afraid at all. Su Xiao nodded repeatedly in agreement. After Su Fengnian sat down, Zhu Zi had already explained from the lowest level to the highest, from the 19th level to the 16th level. Su Beiji was unable to win against Su Royal Highness, so he could only roughly explain it again. Those who relied on their ancestors to benefit from their glory, lying on the family tree and becoming a low-paid official, were called Sunzi officials. Those who only knew how to bark and never did anything were called toad officials. Those who were vicious and crafty bullied the weak and feared the strong, lowered their heads when they saw the powerful, and roared when they saw the common people were called dog officials. Those who followed the rules and did not do anything, and were not careless when it came to reaping benefits. However, they did not know how to avoid disaster, and were called corpse officials. Su Fengnian smiled and asked what level the Su Li of Lingzhou were at. Su Beiji replied that they were fox officials and were good at reading people. Su Fengnian asked in reply, "Are those county magistrates and military officers with real power who instigated Su Li to stir up the evil wind and rain?" Su Beiji smiled and nodded. He also added, "Ghost officials who did all the bad things behind the scenes, but rarely came out. The common people who did not know their background still thought they were officials. Officials were the best officials were the best officials. They could be considered officials who did not know their background, but they were officials who did not know the was." Su Fengnian continued to ask, "Then what level is the governor of Longqing County, Zhongcheng, at?" "Zhongqing is on the 15th floor. In my opinion, there is nothing easier than being an official in the world. Do not be greedy or take advantage of others, and progress step by step. There are aides and officials to give advice and suggestions, and the situation is in order. You can be a shopkeeper who does not do anything, and there is no harm in only caring about the flowers, snow, and moon. Generally speaking, you live in harmony with the common people." Then Huangnam County's merit officer, Wang Shihua, "Their government affairs are mediocre, but their reputation is extremely good. They have never been greedy or harmed people. If there is a good government, they will definitely do their best to help. As for the subordinates, they treat the people as if they are their own children. This is also the kind of honest and upright official that ordinary people want the most. This kind of official is on the 16th level. The size of their contributions depends on whether their master is wise or not. The overall situation is clear, and the subordinates follow suit. Their official position will naturally rise with the tide. If the situation is dirty, this kind of official can only hang up his crown and leave sooner or later, boasting that he will not bend over for 5 bushels of rice or pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. It is not that they do not want to be officials, but that they do not have the ability to turn the tide. They can only take a step back, cherish their reputation, and retreat at the top of the tide. Officials who have left their names in history are all like this. Of course, they have to leave behind a few poems that are popular among the people. In the books, there were many officials who were highly praised by later generations, but in fact, they did not see the big picture. Their actions were of no help to the situation of the world. They were just martyrs seeking favor. If they met a stupid emperor, they would let them succeed. If they met a cunning emperor, especially one who was narrow-minded, as long as they played a little trick, they could make them depressed for the rest of their lives. From Su Beiji's point of view, Wang Shihua is not suitable to be the county governor of Huangnam County. Instead, he is like Huan Wen, who went to the Imperial College, who hides his strength and bides his time. When the time is right, he will be able to amaze the world. What is the position of Song Yan, who is going to be your assistant in Lingzhou? The 16th level, capable officer. They are not very good at seeking fame, but their methods of currying favor in the officialdom are not bad. The main point is that they can govern the territory well and make it flourish. Their vision is very high, and they can see the situation outside of the first 15 levels of officials. However, they are actually concerned about the common people. It is just that this kind of person is destined to reach a certain rank in the officialdom. Unless they meet a noble in the court, they will not be able to move an inch. Not to mention other things, just the common people who are inevitably short-sighted due to their family background and position may scold these officials when they are in office. In fact, since ancient times, many of the actions that have benefited hundreds of generations and contributed thousands of years have come from this generation of officials. Su Xiao, who had not spoken this entire time, peeled a yellow mandarin and asked with a light smile, "Beiji, then you comment on Li Gongda?" Su Beiji still said straightforwardly, "He can't compare to an honest and upright official who is also greedy. He can't compare to an incapable officer who is capable and can do things well. In general, he can take care of both sides and can be considered a good official. The administrator is already an outstanding talent in this level of officials. If it weren't for the fact that he is somewhat narrow-minded, he could have been promoted to another level. He has the ability to be a prime minister, but he doesn't have the bearing of a prime minister. He is fine as the administrator in Bailiang, but if he went to the court to occupy an important position, he would be like a calf pulling a large plow. I'm afraid that he would spoil a great matter." Su Xiao nodded and handed the peeled yellow mandarin to Su Fengnian. "In that case, Bai Yan, can be considered a cornerstone officials of a dynasty. There is no problem with cultivating the body and governing the country. He even personally opened up a new situation under the heavens. Is he the 18th or the 19th in the end?" Su Beiji took the half of the mandarin that Su Fengnian gave him and stuffed a piece into his mouth. He smiled and said, 18. Su Xiao sank into deep thought. Su Fengnian broke the silence and laughed loudly. "Su Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you. If you say 18, then there will only be 19 left. Zhu Zi put in so much effort to leave you such a big bootlicker. You, on the other hand, have your horse's head turned to our Zhu Zi. How is this fellow supposed to bootlick you?" Su Xiao was stunned and felt a little awkward. He smiled apologetically and said, "I always thought that I was at the level of a ghost official at the very most. Beiji, I'm sorry." Su Beiji smiled and shook his head. After eating the mandarin, he took his leave. He had just stepped out when a fat pig followed him and rolled into the room. Su Fengnian immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Shut up!" The fat man forcefully swallowed the sobs that were about to escape his mouth. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, "Lushan, take a seat." Chu Lushan, who had been promoted to Grade 2 Bailiang Protector General, smiled and rubbed his hands. He sat down on the floor that was not cold even though the floor was covered with floor tiles. He had a guilty look on his face and said softly, "Godfather, I'm here to ask for forgiveness from His Highness and the second princess. However, it's the new year and Lu Qiu is topless. I'm afraid it'll bring bad luck." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "It's fine as long as you know what's going on with Song Gu. There's no one smarter than you in the world. Also, don't go to my sister's side and annoy her." Chu Lushan sighed and did not say anything else. Upon hearing this, Su Weisheng walked out of the room and said coldly to Chu Lushan, "You're the Protector General of Bailiang. Aren't you bored of doing those petty and dirty things for half a year?" Chu Lushan shrunk his neck that was so short that it was almost invisible. He did not dare to talk back. In fact, back in the days of the Su family, eldest princess Su Weisheng had always hated this fat man. On the other hand, Su Weisheng did not have any prejudice against him. Su Weisheng turned to Su Xiao and said, "Father, I'll make a secret assessment of the Bailiang officials' levels that Su Beiji mentioned. It will not be made public. It will only be given to Fengnian for reference." Su Xiao nodded. Su Fengnian asked in a low voice, "Lu Qiu, what kind of heinous business did you do to make my sister so angry? Did the peregrine falcon and the eagle guard gang up on you?" Chu Lushan said embarrassedly, "I wouldn't dare. It's just a little joke when I'm bored. It's not worth mentioning." The more secretive Chu Lushan was, the more curious Su Fengnian became. He asked, "Tell me about it." Chu Lushan scratched his head and said carefully, "In the past, Lu Qiu or was in charge of the spies in Bailiang. Therefore, Lu Qiu knew a little about some of your highness's 3 trips. On the 3rd trip to Beimang, foster father told me more, so Su Fengnian laughed and scolded. Spit it out. Chapter 9:28. Chu Lushan had probably come to the realization that if he stretched out his head, he would also be stabbed if he retracted his head. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, leaving Su Fengnian speechless. It turned out that the current situation in Bailiang was vaguely unstable, and there was a clamor everywhere. After Chu Lushan became the Protector General of Bailiang, he did not make any big moves. The more he felt that he had nothing to do, the more he randomly picked up a few unlucky fellows and threw them into the whisking room, giving them a miserable beating. Among these fellows, there were villagers, scholars, officials, Jianghu people, and soldiers. 7 or 8 of them were the type that could not keep their mouths shut. They were similar to Su Fengnian when he heard Skinny Monkey and the others boasting in the restaurant some time ago. Even if he heard them, His Royal Highness would not be bothered to make a fuss about it. However, it was clear that Chu Lushan did not have such a good temper. He sent them all to the whisking room, and according to Chu Lushan's imaginative and meticulous plan, he began to make them suffer a fate worse than death. One of the villagers, who was in the prime of his life, gathered a group of people to drink wine and said that Su Fengnian, the heir of Bailiang, was too easy to be. He had never suffered in his life, and His Royal Highness lived a life of luxury. How could it be as difficult as him burning charcoal and taking care of the crops in the mountains? In the end, when he arrived at the whisking room, he was stabbed more than 160 times. The number and severity of each stab were different. After he was injured, he would immediately apply top-grade wound medicine. During this period, he would be served with fine wine and beautiful women. After he recovered, he would be stabbed again and again. The reason why there were so many stab wounds was not because Chu Lushan had set this rule for no reason. Instead, it was based on the number of stab wounds that His Royal Highness had received before he came to Mount Wudong. He had received 16 stab wounds, including the Eastern Yu entourage that Wudong's enemy, Princess Suizhu's Dongyu entourage, the Reed's Marsh, the Duckhead Green Forest, the Roran Mountains, the Fifth Raccoon, the Taimen Pass, the Divine Martial City, and the Lu Haoshi. Before Chu Lushan sent them to the whisking room, he told them that as long as they suffered enough, according to their different backgrounds, they would each receive 100,000 taels of silver, a rank 7 official, and so on. If they could not endure, they would be released. In the end, without exception, no one was able to withstand more than 200 strikes. The 2 strong-willed men of Jianghu were unable to withstand the strike from the saber that was stabbed diagonally into their abdomens. They shouted that they did not want to be the Grand Masters of the Northern Liang sect, who had founded their own sect. This saber strike was an imitation of Bo Er's lightning spear that was stabbed into the abdomen. Among the 7 or 8 people, the scholars all left crying for their parents after the stab. Surprisingly, this villager was the one who could grit his teeth and endure. It was a pity that he could not endure it. This was because the whisking room did not tell him how many stab wounds were needed. Not to mention them, even the whisking room did not know. Only Chu Lushan knew. These people did not die in the whisking room after they returned home safely. Those who had mothers lost their mothers. Those who did not have mothers lost their fathers. Those who had elder sisters lost their elder sisters. And those who did not have elder sisters lost their younger sisters. Not only that, some of their good brothers lost their arms and legs. Afterwards, they were all blamed for being implicated by them. Some scholars who valued their reputation became disreputable hypocrites. In short, what they cared about the most, Chu Lushan made them lose it. Chu Lushan's ruthlessness was that when these people were on the verge of going crazy, he asked the whisking room's spies to appear in front of them and said that he would give them another chance. In the end, no one was willing to agree. After that, there was no after, because Chu Lushan killed them. Chu Lushan, who was sitting on the ground, had a calm expression. He laughed softly and said, "Before they died, I told them that in the past they complained that they did not have a good family background. In fact, they were not afraid of suffering at all. Therefore, I gave them a chance. His Royal Highness's injuries in the past few years, excluding the different states of His Royal Highness's physique, and based on the physical strength of the person who received the stab, the amount of pain they suffered was actually very little. According to the order, it was only 314 stab wounds." Su Xiao threw a piece of orange into his mouth and laughed it off. Su Fengnian frowned and said the same words as Su Weisheng. "Aren't you bored?" Chu Lushan raised his head and smiled brightly. He shook his head. Su Fengnian said calmly, "In the future, don't do such things that harm one's virtue." Chu Lushan, who was obedient to His Royal Highness, said for the first time, "It's fine if I don't see or hear them. If I, Chu Lushan, see them, I will take care of them. The whisking room does not lack torture tools and people. Some newbies need some practice anyway." Su Fengnian turned his head and stared at Chu Lushan. He said slowly, "They are all Bailiang people." Chu Lushan restrained his smile and raised his head to meet His Royal Highness's eyes. "Although I, Chu Lushan, do not have the surname Su, I am still a member of the Su family. In this lifetime, I will be the general's adopted son. I have never heard of Li Yang, and I don't even recognize Bailiang or Bailiang." Su Fengnian said angrily, "Chu Lushan, I told you to stop." Chu Lushan clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Your Highness." Chu Lushan had to support himself with one hand to get up. When he bent over, he laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "I, Chu Lushan, am obsessed with cleanliness. Every day, I have to change into a set of luxurious clothes. I like luxury. Every day, I have to change horses. I am addicted to good food. Every day, I have to have the chef make new dishes." He would change everything except for his master. Chu Lushan wished that he could let all the Bailiang ingrates who were indebted to the Su family know a simple truth. There are two kinds of bitterness in life. You can't get what you want, and you can lose what you have. As long as Your Highness allows Chu Lushan to be in power, Chu Lushan will not be able to bear the sight of anyone talking without feeling any pain. After he got up, this talented and shrewd Chu Basha lowered his head. His eyes were red as he said slowly, "Chu Lushan's master is only foster father. Ever since he took the infant boy from foster mother's hands, ever since he smiled at Chu Lushan, he has treated him as his own younger brother." Su Xiao chuckled and said, all right, Lushan, sit down for foster father. Why are you quarreling with your family? But then again, it's good to quarrel. If you speak your mind, there's no threshold that you can't cross." Chu Lushan sat down obediently. Su Fengnian walked out of the house silently and stood alone in the courtyard. Su Xiao said softly, "Lushan, Fengnian is doing this for your own good. He believes in fate and cherishes fortune and fate the most. He's afraid that you will suffer from retribution. My foster father has already lost 3 foster sons. When you die, or Yuan Zhuozong dies on the battlefield, he will feel guilty towards me. But who can he find to complain to? All these years, he cherishes the maids in Wutong'an very much, but he doesn't dare to care too much about them. He's just worried that one day something will happen to them because of him." Hearing this, Chu Lushan wanted to say something but stopped. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, "It might not have been so in the past, but now he can handle it. There's no other way. He's my Su Xiao's son." Chu Lushan punched his knee hard. Su Xiao said with a smile, Chang Sheng, that little girl, is blessed. Foster father likes her when he sees her. Now, while foster father is still clear-headed and can still manage things, let's settle this child marriage first. Chu Lushan was stunned. Then he saw his foster father take out a badly wet jade bracelet from his sleeve. A layman could tell at a glance that it was not worth much. But Chu Lushan, such a wicked man who could make children stop crying, suddenly sobbed. Su Xiao stood up from the chair and squatted in front of Chu Lushan. He said with emotion, "It's reasonable to say that this bracelet is the heirloom of our Su family. Foster father wants to help your foster mother to give it to the future wife of the king of Bailiang. But it's not something that can be done." Foster father thought about it and decided not to give it to his daughter-in-law, but to give it to his granddaughter-in-law is the same. You also know that among the 6 foster sons, your foster mother loves you the most. She said that you are talented, honest, and know how to repay kindness. She also advised you to read more. You also know that your foster mother rarely cries. That time when you helped your foster father carry so many swords, your foster mother saw you being carried back on a horse and cried in front of everyone. She even scolded me, Su Xiao, for being a good-for-nothing and scolded me for not treating you as a son. And that time when you rode thousands of cavalry to Shu, your foster mother calculated the time and then waited for you on the mountain for a few days. She was always afraid that you wouldn't come back. She even told your foster father that when you have a daughter in the future, you must be even closer. But in the end, you gave birth to a string of sons. Before your foster mother passed away, she was still worried about this matter and said that she would most likely become his granddaughter-in-law. Chu Lushan held the bracelet that his foster father gave to his foster mother as a token of love. He cried like a child. Chapter 9:29. On the first day of the new year, regardless of whether it was the emperor, officials, or commoners, every household had to have some free time. Even the New Year greetings had to start tomorrow. However, 2 carriages had already quietly left Liangzhou and were heading towards Lingzhou. On one carriage, other than Huyan Guanyin, who was nominally serving Su Fengnian, there was also a woman who said she wanted to leave the palace for a breather. The 2 women had similar looks. Scholars despised each other, and it was natural for women to be jealous. However, Su Fengnian ran to discuss Lingzhou matters with Su Beiji and did not pay attention to them. Thus, it did not matter if they were harmonious or at odds with each other. According to the agreement, Northern Liangdao's official documents would be sent to Huangnan County on the 6th day of the first month. Other than Governor Song Yan, who was promoted to the title of Little Governor in Lingzhou, Zijin Wang families, Wang Luding would also go to Jinlu County. The 2 family disciples of Lingsu Wang family would also go to Yuliang Prefecture to be the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate respectively. In addition, Commandant Jiao Wui would enter the Lingzhou General's manor and be promoted to the 3rd in command of Lingzhou's military Yanxia Commandant. At that time, even an idiot would be able to see that the new Lingzhou general was determined to make the administrator, who was also the Lingzhou governor, into a slow stew. On the 2nd day of the first month, Lingzhou was very lively. Logically speaking, some of the officials and dignitaries who were far away and could visit Surly in a few days all rushed over on the same day. The administrator's manor was filled with people and carriages. The housekeeper and gatekeeper of the Li Manor could be considered particularly slick and clever, but they still couldn't handle the social interactions. They all wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Gongda did not rest for a moment in the morning and was busy until dusk. Many of his old friends and confidants could only deal with it by drinking a few mouthfuls of wine. Otherwise, even if Li Gongda had a large amount of energy, he would not be able to handle the waves of guests. Lee Hanlon did not return home for the new year this year. He wrote a letter back home that was clearly written by someone else. He said that he was going to Beimeng to play around. Seeing this, Li Fujian's heart jumped. She wanted nothing more than to grab her brother's ear and drag him home. She put down the letter, picked it up, and put it down again. Li Fujian felt a bit of hidden bitterness. She was indeed, as her father had said. She did not understand what men were thinking. Why were they able to enjoy their father's achievements and have a smooth career in the officialdom, but they had to take risks and fight for fame? Li Fujian offered her father a cup of hangover tea when he finally caught his breath. She helped him rub his shoulders and asked softly, "Father, why are there so many people here? Is it because you have become an official and have no choice but to fight to be the first? Are you afraid that if they come late, you will make things difficult for them?" Li Gongda shook his head with a bitter smile. "Didn't you see that the old scholar Yuan Deqing came today? With his arrogance. Even if your father became the head of the 6 ministries, the minister of personnel, this old man would still be the last to visit. Only then would he be able to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity. The reason why they all came together is because the owner of the house next door is not around. They are afraid that His Royal Highness will return to the Lingzhou General's manor in 2 days. If they show their faces again, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if the new Lingzhou General coincidentally bumps into them? Wouldn't they be looking for trouble? Your father making things difficult for them is just to suppress their rise in their official career. However, the neighbor can directly make them lose their official status." Li Fujian said mockingly, "He is indeed capable of doing such a rude and unreasonable thing." Li Gongda smiled and said, "Wrong, very wrong. Zhen, father knows that you have never taken father's words seriously. Since father has allowed Guo Fufeng into the family this time because of you, then you should seriously listen to father's heartfelt words this time. How about it?" Li Fujian made a sound of acknowledgement. Li Gongda drank a mouthful of tea and let out a breath. Only then did he say, leisurely, "As the Bailiang Taoist administrator, you are the head of the civil officials. According to the law, the Lingzhou provincial governor should be someone else. However, why do you insist on having this position as well? Father's desire to be an official is not false, but His Highness the Heir Apparent has come to be the general of Lingzhou next door to our family. Logically speaking, no matter how thick-skinned father is, it would be wise to take the latter and step down. However, father is truly worried. Nearly 1,000 scholars have entered northern Liang, and most of them are from Lingzhou. In the future, northern Liang's civil and military officials will be separated, and the two sides will be clearly separated. This is the general trend. If father doesn't have the position of Lingzhou's provincial governor, then his words will still be effective, but it will definitely be greatly reduced. Father's talent and learning are shallow, and he doesn't have an advantage like Wang Shihua's. If we miss this great opportunity to cultivate trusted aides, when Su Beiji or someone else replaces father's position as the administrator in the future, the Li family might very quickly be ridden on top of our heads. We don't need to be afraid of a falling tree, but we need to be afraid of a falling wall being pushed by everyone. Your younger brother is ruthless. Father does not doubt that he can become a colonel or even a general. However, he is my only son. He cannot lick the blood of blades on the border for the rest of his life. When he returns to the local areas, when the time comes, it will be an unfamiliar official field where civil officials are in charge. The Hanlon Academy is a martial man who is used to killing and might not be able to make a detour. Thus, I want to quickly pave the way and build a bridge for the Hanlon Academy while my words still carry weight. In the future, no matter if it is mountains or rivers, the Hanlon Academy will be able to walk smoothly. However, At this time, without the Lingzhou provincial governor, do you think those unscrupulous and snobbish people will not be worried? Thus, even if the great general personally came to the manor and personally supported His Royal Highness, he still forced himself to eat the bear's heart and leopard's guts. He wanted to be the provincial governor for 1 or 2 more years. In any case, he had to get familiar with those scholars before he was able to vacate this position. As for His Highness, unexpectedly, he was able to endure it. Actually, if he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and directly ask your father for the Lingzhou provincial governor position, your father would not dare to not hand it over. Either he purposely smiled mischievously and told your father that he was not satisfied with being the Lingzhou general and wanted to be the provincial governor, and your father would have to hand it over with both hands. However, he did not do anything. In the beginning, your father thought that he had finally passed this hurdle, but your father thought too simply. When you told your father that he had appeared in Song Yan's house, and the two of them were chatting happily, your father knew that something bad had happened. Speaking of it, your father and Yan Jieshi had always been fighting both openly and secretly, each placing their own bets. Yan Jieshi was unlucky and placed his bet on Chen Jibao, while your father had exceptional insight and placed his bet on His Royal Highness. When Yan Jieshi saw that the situation was not right, he immediately packed up and left. However, this fellow was lucky and managed to escape from Bailiang. Otherwise, even if your father knelt for 3 days and 3 nights to plead for him, it would still be useless. At that time, your father told him that His Royal Highness was not so useless. In private, your father always liked to criticize Yan Jieshi's lack of insight. As a result, your father only knew that he was just a pot calling the kettle black. His Royal Highness went to Huangnam County this time and abducted 3 family heads in Huangnam County, plus Song Yan, who was estimated to be the provincial governor of Lingzhou soon. Zhener, you always felt that Hanlin went to the border to join the army, and it was His Royal Highness who harmed him. However, have you ever thought about why Hanlin, such a stubborn ghoul, suddenly changed into another person? The reason is actually not complicated. You also know it in your heart, but you just don't want to admit it. You told your mother that your younger brother felt that Hanlin had lost face when he went to Yanqi Bazaar in the capital, and that kid from the Kong family became officials and had a bright future ahead of him. So he gritted his teeth and worked hard. You really don't know that in the past, Hanlin couldn't wait for the 3 brothers to become undisciplined and out of control, so that he would be the only one to freeload. Then he would be able to eat and drink freely and live a carefree life in a muddle-headed way. For him at that time, when his brother became successful, he was prouder than himself. Why did he go to the border? Why did he become a crossbowman? There was no other reason. It was because Hanlin knew that among the 3 brothers, His Royal Highness, who he admired the most, could already be independent. Hanlin only began to realize at that time. In addition, he had always been learning from His Royal Highness. When His Royal Highness was messing around, he messed around. Since His Royal Highness stopped messing around, he naturally felt bored. Therefore, he became the Li Hanlin that his father and sister did not know. Zhener, do you dare to say that the Li Hanlin today does not make you feel gratified? Do you not feel honored? So, what do you have to complain about His Royal Highness? In the end, it's because for so many years, your heart— Li Fuzhen said plainly, "Father, the tea is cold. I will help you change a cup."